What?
Huh? I'm so glad. 58.
I think it's me. Yeah, because Felicity went last week, right?
Yeah, I was last week.
Yep. So it's me. Woo, it's me! Okay. Alright. So, session 57. A lot of things that had been building during the Brahmsgrab arc, and ever since we went to the future, finally came to fruition. So, Ashima had just made his fateful decision and died at the hands of Mother Malice as the rest of the group got to safety. And through tense emotions, everybody started to plan their next move. We knew the description of many of the heisties that would be there. We knew generally what their exit strategy was going to be and the people they were working with. And we had ways of getting into the ball non-suspiciously, either through dates or as guards working with the Children of the Flame. We were about as ready as we could be to do this thing. Then we took our night watches, and during the first one, it was Cecily and Morwen. And Cecily started telling Morwen about some of her deepest regrets because she did not know where to start when Morwen asked if there was anything she wanted to talk about or was on her mind. So she just started way back several years ago with a really big thing that happened and talked about running away when her adoptive mother, one of the only supportive people in her life growing up, was dying. And now, ever since she faced death herself, she would rather die in anybody's place than make them go through the feelings that she felt when that happened. And Ashima was just the most recent example of that. But Morwen encouraged her to keep talking and opening up and looking forward to a future, saying that people that care about you want to shoulder some of the burden, and dealing with these things alone is always going to make it harder, and the people that care about you don't want you to deal with it alone. And they also talked about a possible future when they finally get the soul back into Tyr's body that Cecily can have with him. On second watch, it was Bianca and Carasilla. They discussed the Dark One, various encounters and brushings with the Shadow that they have both had, interacting with him directly, finding out lore about him, and they generally agreed that having more open communication from now on would be a priority amongst the entire group, particularly when it came to any strange information that came up or experiences that make you want to not talk about stuff. Kind of like the Cecily Morwen conversation. It's important to talk about the things that are probably the scariest to talk about so that we're all on the same page and we can all work together. Carasilla also said a bomb-ass insult to the Dark One about how the best way to defeat him might just be to let his name be forgotten once all of this is over. And then in the morning, Mimir talked to Sunni privately, recounting the story of the Guardians of Fate in order to reassure him that his oath with Elowin wasn't broken by his decision. to sign the contract with Mother Malice, because Elowin was one of the Guardians of Fate, and all of them had to do terrible things in order to save the world's crown. And Elowin would certainly understand the position he was in, and he still had the potential to be a good paladin. So the group headed out, they got their ball outfits, and some flirtation happened between Morwen and Kieran. Kaelin? Yes, Kaelin. I almost said Kieran. That's a different person. And then Karasilla and Suni went ahead and went on their breakfast dates with the brother Vasi. It went gross. It was gross. They did notice the brothers Vasi, one of them, Bo, talking to somebody suspicious while they were there. And then the others went to Dorian Almer to set up a panic room at the ball to hide the egg if need be, just in case things went that way. It would be the best fail-safe. They also met the Imperator of the city, a very stern dragonborn man, and they learned that his intentions were that if the Golden Shields were truly behind this heist, they would be banned from Bronzegrove. The Children of the Flame would be able to fill in their shoes and gain more power as an organization, and there would be pretty intense sanctions and possibly even war placed on Bella Clara for their association with what was going to transpire. Obviously, that complicated matters for the party, but they knew that the heist still had to be stopped, and they would deal with whatever those ramifications were later. It was better than the end of the world, if nothing else. Finally, the ball arrived, and the party took on their various roles and disguises. The Tsar gave a proud speech about the dragon's egg, saying it was a gift from Bahamut and a sign of good fortune. Suni met with one of the heistees, Rain, and actually convinced her what they were doing, just by being honest and speaking with conviction. The world could end if this heist went through. And Rain and her sister just decided to get out of there. Then the party encountered Raffles, the mastermind of the heist, who was now noticeably a little thrown off that two of his team just up and left. But he seemed to have a plan B up his sleeve. The party just barely managed to stop it as the Tabaxi monk of the group snuck along the ceiling and teleported through the shadows to try to get the egg away. Morwen tackled him and threw him off a balcony and secured the egg. And meanwhile, Dinan Bainir, son of Malice, was there as part of a potential temporary alignments between Mother Malice and the party. They didn't particularly align, but he got to do what he wanted. He killed Raffles, he killed another one of the heisties, and then he walked out calmly. Just kind of let the team be at that point. And the team gave the egg back to the Tsar, and it seemed, finally, after 31 sessions of knowing that we needed to do this, everything was good. But then, time did a wibbly-wobbly for a second, and everything started to disappear into threads. And a mechanical creature, some sort of great guardian of time, appeared and started questioning the party's decision to alter reality, seeming to be very serious about the fact that they were basically time criminals at this point. But the party explained their reasoning. They explained how the Dark One, though he is banished from time, is trying to rip through it and commit his evil doings and become the only thing left in all of the realms, in all of the mirror planes. Eventually, these Guardian of Time agreed that their reasoning was just, and that they were doing a good thing, and that their awareness had been brought to the Dark One now. And this being agreed to fix their thread and bring them back to reality and keep the actions that they had performed. So the memories are slightly altered. Their heist was now prevented without any breakage of time, because the Guardian of Time kind of sealed that up. And the part... What? Yeah, you good. All right. So, dear audience, nice. Okay. Alright, well, so in summary, all is well. Dark One bested for now. This thing that the Runaways have been trying to do for a very, very long time has finally happened. And now they awoke in a campsite in Bella Clara in the spring. They are just a few days' journey west of Giant's Bridge, and they are in a region known as the Old Kingdom. And now we're gonna start a new arc and do that stuff! Yeah! Is it morning, afternoon, evening, something else? Is it what time is it? Oh God. I like to imagine wrinkled Bianca made it and then was like, "What's happening?" And then it's appeared, and we're like, "Oh, someone made food." Yeah. Well, Cecily, he probably was full from everything she ate during the heist, and then that somehow went away, so she's very hungry again. Um, so I mean, it wouldn't take a ripple in time. She would be hungry again in half an hour anyway. But yeah, she'll go straight for this food, and then notice all the clanging money in her pockets, and be like, "Oh no, guys, I don't think I can be trusted with this. Someone want money? I'm scared."
What, you think you're gonna lose it?
I don't know. I just don't like holding it. I'm just used to having.
She's gonna give it to a priest if we don't take it from her.
Yeah, maybe. I did that with one time. We'll just group fund, or
Group fund.
okay. She's just gonna kind of like, as if it's like a glass ornament, just like set the bag of money on the ground, and not take any responsibility for it in this moment. And then go for the snacks, and snack.
Actually pulled it off.
Yeah.
It almost feels like a dream.
Little, yeah.
I'm just thinking about how much happened since we found out we had to do that.
Much.
Guys, I found out we had to do that before we met Odin.
Oh, that's
I did-
weird.
The fucking Cecily that was in the future didn't even get bit by the weird guy that said she had old blood. What the fuck? Whatever. I'm hungry.
So that entity, whatever it was, took us out of time and placed us here in order to stop that timeline from unraveling, correct?
Wait,
Is that
where?
good?
When? Who are we? Where and when are we? How are we?
You just ask who you are?
Well, I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking.
Oh, God.
Well, Suni, I think now, as we all know, teachers hated me, so take this with a grain of salt. But I think this is where we would be if the Daku shit didn't happen.
God, I even forgot about Daku. Oh.
You forgot about Daku?
Can you blame me?
Yes.
His name's Ukad.
Okay. Look, remember we were all sitting around. We had just beat the tournament thing, and we were going to go to Belka because Bianca wanted to see a library, which seems like small potatoes now, but I think. Yeah, what was up?
Does anybody know where we are?
I don't know, the woods. Bianca, where are we?
We're, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, but we're like a little past, when on our way to Belka, we're a little past Giant's Bridge in the Old Kingdom, correct? Okay, so she'll say that.
Ooh.
And where was? Oh, sorry. I just was curious because I'm trying to remember. Where was the Kalukatho ruins?
They were back
Okay.
in before the Deadwoods,
Mhm.
right before.
Yeah, still in the Evergreen Expanse.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, so we're right by Giant's Bridge, I guess.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Okay, gotcha.
That makes sense. Well, assuming Bianca or somebody has a map out, Cecily's gonna start pointing and be like, okay, see, I think I'm right. See, we left, okay, and then we ended up here, and then the ruins shit never happened, and we made our way, and we did some shit here, maybe, and we got to the library, maybe, and then Bianca learned something about this place, maybe, and now we're going to that place.
Maybe.
That'd probably take about, yeah, maybe. I mean, that'd probably take like 3 months, right? Maybe?
But so are we... Do we know, Joe, if we're outlaws still then? Or did that not happen?
One more interesting detail question. Do we remember meeting the twins somewhere? Or... Right. I guess I'm asking the foggy... Like, I know that, but, like, the fogginess of what was supposed to happen, were we, like, supposed to have met them some other way? Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. And then we were just like, hey, yo, Dark One, library. And they were like, yeah. Makes sense. Alright, well, yeah, Cecily is still just kind of swirling her finger around the map, coming up with alternate routes. But not drawing many other conclusions than what she already said.
It
Regardless,
seems like...
I don't know.
No, you first.
I just was gonna say, I don't know if those nitty-gritty details matter too much if we've been pretty unremarkable. At least as far as what we've done in Bella Clara. No one's really gonna be asking those questions.
You know? If you want to be remembered, break the law. Got it.
Yeah, I'm gonna quote you on that.
Please do.
What were you gonna say, Morwin?
It seems like whatever entity that was made us fairly quiet in the footnotes of history, probably so our effect on the timeline was less rampant so that things could be fixed. It might be a good idea to check in with some old friends at this time, just to make sure that things are okay.
Yeah. Who else got wrinkled? Did anybody else need to get wrinkled? What happened to Keothi?
Keothi.
But Joe, all the things still happened. We just were existing in two places at once.
Yep.
So we know what happened with Keothi. And we know the only thing that is new information is this little quiet time in Bella Clara.
Yep. All right, I'll stop. Jesus.
Yes.
Take our head empty, no thoughts. Let's go.
All right.
No thoughts.
If, Carousel, if you wouldn't mind, I have a particular interest that we check back in with Kalen to make sure things are fine back home. I think we should reach out to Hrothgar to see what his status and the Children of the Flame are as a whole. And I must admit, now that we're back in our own timeline, I'm also concerned about Hel and what happened to her after we left Fjordalith. She fought on our behalf, and I doubt she was able to do it so discreetly that Odin did not notice.
That's very valid.
If there's anyone else that people can think of that would be more important, fair enough, but those are the top 3 on my mind right now.
Hubert?
I would love to hear from Hubert.
We don't have to prioritize it today, but
My man.
sometime soon we definitely should check in with Hubert.
We could, in fact, write him a letter, because now we're close enough that it wouldn't be an egregious amount of time to send something.
I guess if we wanted to, so we have to go, and she's like going to show on the map and they kind of point in the direction. So assuming we're heading still towards the keep of my family, that feels weird to say, we do have to head that direction. If we want to send a letter, we have to head that direction back to Giant's Bridge. But we're not terribly far. Do we want to head back towards Giant's Bridge and then head on our way? Oh. Okay, well then, white out, retype.
They still make
Never
whiteout.
mind. We can send a letter
Yeah.
when we hit one of those villages.
There we go.
I love villages.
I mean,
Okay, cool. I
Perfect.
love that name.
depending on how lengthy you want your letter to be, I mean, sending is, I feel, the easiest option, right?
It
Yeah, but
is.
Hubert wants, like, detailed story.
Yeah,
That's
he's
his
writing our story down, and we have a lot that we have not informed him about.
Yeah, he knows, like, 2%.
Didn't you become criminals after leaving him?
It's
Mhm.
true.
Yeah.
And he's gonna write about that?
Um,
As long
I
as it
don't
shapes
know,
up in the
actually.
end.
we need to figure out, what do we tell him? The part that everyone should know, or the part that we know? Like, which I don't know. We can talk about it on the way there. I don't know.
Parasilla, would you mind reaching out, or would you rather do that towards the end of the day?
I suppose we can do it now. Hoping we can have a little bit of quiet travel. And I mean,
Let's
if it's
hope.
only a couple of people, then... Unless, I guess, if we're heading towards this family keep of yours, Bianca, there's no one you'd want to check in with?
Joe, does she
Maybe
have
update about
memory
the
of
situation?
this? Does she have memory of talking with her family? But she wouldn't have. But the half that it was existing in Bella Clara did not have the knowledge that she got. The other half existing on the other side of SC. So
Correct.
even if she did talk to her family, she wouldn't have talked about this stuff, right?
Correct. It would have been completely unremarkable in every single way, so there's no discrepancies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Joe, sorry, I have one time-related question, but it's not complicated, I promise. It's not. I know things were quiet, didn't interact with anyone big. Does Morwen at least remember telling Kaelin, hey, we're good, you don't need to leave Bromsbrov, there's not going to be a war, you're good?
Yes.
Because if so, okay, then we don't need to do sending to Kaelin, they're fine. Because I was like, oh shit, they've been on the run for 3 months because we got yeeted. That sucks.
Wait,
Okay,
what? Everything's
that was
fine?
Oh yeah, no.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool.
That
So
checks out.
in that case, only Hrothgar and Hel are on the top of Morwen's list.
Yeah. Carasilla, I'm worried that if I were to start sending something to my mom or dad right now, it would eat up the rest of your sending spells.
Well, I mean, if there's only 2 other messages we need to get across, then you're more than welcome to.
Why don't we do those first and see how those go, and I'll think about it. And maybe, just in case it isn't a peaceful travel, we should hold on to some of your spell slots so that you're not, rendered useless.
Wow. I know how you feel about me now. I mean, I will
Damn.
say, like, I've got 7 spell slots I can use for sending. So we are
That's
fine.
fair.
to
We're
send.
level 9 now, so I guess it's like not. I don't know why I'm still thinking we have like 4. So,
Hey, man.
I
You never
just
know what's
want
going
to
to
eat up
happen.
all your stuff.
Do it.
Well, let's
That's what
do
I'm
the
here
2
for.
for now.
Run into a vampire. Chilling. Well,
All right, you get to start, Carousel.
Well, is it not you that wanted to send the message?
To Hrothgar and Hell? No, I don't.
Well, I mean,
I can send it
I
to Hell
personally
since I know her best.
yes, personally not talk to her, so I feel like it's probably good to come from someone that she knows.
And you can handle Hrothgar if you want.
I suppose so. Well, Hell first then?
Sure. We just want to check in and make sure she's all right and didn't get, stuck in a situation with Odin, right?
I mean, that was my concern. Yeah,
Okay.
she's part of the reason we were able to go back successfully. If she hadn't held off all those soldiers, who knows what would have happened?
Right. I just wanted to make sure I knew everything to say before we started. Okay. All right. She will take care of. I don't know how you want to cast the spell.
Oh yeah, take each other's hands.
Wow.
All right.
You're cutesy. Nah.
Whoa. No PDA.
We embrace.
A little kiss.
I cast message through kiss. Speak the words
Feels
into
very
my
body,
mouth.
so yeah.
Oh my god.
does the sender or sendee be the little spoon?
All right. So 20 forwards. Okay. Hell, this is Bianca. We are safe in Bella Clara. How are you? Did you make it out? Yeah.
Okay. You do receive a response that says, I'm very glad to hear that you made it out and that you're safe. Oh, wait a second. I'm very glad to hear that you made it out and you are safe. Okay. Sorry, I forgot that I had to count.
It's okay. I do the same thing whenever I'm Lila. I'm like, let me just talk.
I am safe as well. Far away from Odin's reach. Oh, yeah, it was about 25.
Perfect. And she will relay that to the rest of the group. So, thankfully, she's good to go.
Good.
Well, I suppose on to Hrothgar then. And I hate doing this, but we did actually meet him, yeah. That still happens and all this shit, right?
Correct.
Oh my
Yes.
God.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay, good.
everything
Just to double
that,
check.
everything that has happened in the campaign still happened. It all
Yeah,
still
no,
happened.
but like to him as well. To him as well.
Yes. No, all of it.
Good.
All of it, every single thing that happened in game, in the game that we played, happened. It's just the 3 months where all of you were pushed into the future. All of that was so unremarkable that you don't need to remember it at all. I just want to be extra clear so that way we all know that everything
I'll
that
let you
happened
guess.
from session 20 to
Anyways,
50,
sorry.
56 happened. All
That's
of
a
that
lot.
stuff existed.
In sending
Oh my god.
to Hrothgar.
Oh my god.
So yes, in sending to Hrothgar, we'll just say, thought it'd be good to check in with what's happened since we've been away for a while. Rotolite Bearer workout?
Sorry, what was that last bit?
Road to Lightbearer workout.
Ah, okay. Okay.
Question mark.
All right. You do receive a response. The first word is
Does that count as a word?
Bastard. Anyway.
H. Oh my God. Never mind. He says, "Yep, it did." I'm emotionless because fuck me, I guess. No, okay. He says,
Come on.
"Ha! I suppose you could say that. Currently serving as Hrothgar Almer. Good to be back. Currently in the Riverlands, Iverion. Cleaning up a mess." I think I was about 25.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Carousel will just have like a massive sigh of relief. Okay. Hrothgar is Lightbearer and in Iverion. Guess something happened down there. But more good news, I suspect. As long as he's Lightbearer and it's not Draven.
Agreed. Best outcome we could have had. Well, anything else anyone needs to do, or should we get going?
Seems like everything's alright, but we should still talk to Keothi, like, sometime, you know? Just, like, as a friend.
Hey, Joe, I have a question that's not related to time travel.
Oh, yeah. My man.
So, you said, like, a few sessions ago, like 3 or 4, when Suni met Sultana, or before that, all the things about, like, the connections, you could, like, feel them like strings. Mm-hmm. Was that, like, a one-time thing that happened, or is that something that is still occurring?
No, that was something that was being so close to her that you felt all those connections.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I figured. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah. You still feel the heartbeat ring, though.
Sweet.
Well, and Cecily's gonna do a Midwest dad, pat the lap and stand and stretch. I guess we just start walking down a trail like good old times again.
Oh my god, we have nothing to do. When was the last time we had, like, nothing to do?
Well,
Vacation?
it's not nothing.
Vacation.
We have plenty to do.
You ruined my fun.
You fucking adults. Look, last time, Suni and I were just walking down a trail doing nothing. We smacked each other all day with Mage Hand.
It's true.
Yeah. We should do that again.
Mage Hand is so last class.
Cecily will smack you with Mage Hand in response.
Damn it.
Bianca will still then turn to Carasilla. I think I'm still going to wait on maybe messaging my parents. Even if, if it doesn't bother you, I think I need a little bit of time to decompress from all of that and gather my thoughts on what even to say to them right now. But thank you.
Fair enough. The offer still stands, of course, to anyone else, if anyone has anyone they ever want to talk to. Just need to ask.
Well, let's get moving then.
Okay. So as all of you are packing up the camping supplies that are here with you, you can see that each one of you do have a backpack of a sorts that you will have to carry, as you don't currently have any mounts or any carts. You're currently doing this all by foot. As you are packing everything up, your individual small tents and camping supplies. As you're doing that on this small campsite along the main road that leads through the Old Kingdom, on the northern end at least, as you get close to being finished packing up, you can hear the clip-clop of hooves behind you. as all of you look around, getting ready to move on along the road, you can see what looks to be the form of a man atop a horse. Currently like a dapple gray mare. His hands on the reins. You can see that he's very well dressed with this sort of black overcoat, almost like a duster. He has this sort of black vest with this silver embroidery, a red tie, and a white shirt, and this hood over his head with this huge hat that sort of covers up most of his face. And you can see tucked away inside his jacket, you can just barely see the handles of what look to be two different revolvers. As you can see him grabbing onto the reins, head looking down as he's just slowly trotting along throughout the road. As he passes you, you hear this metallic voice come from the entity, as with a small glance up towards you, you can see these two golden eyes shining like magic as he says,
"Morning."
And continues trotting along his way. As not sure exactly who this individual is, but you see someone that looks very similar to this.
Hey, my dude.
Man, I miss him.
Wait, that might be the coolest looking guy I've ever seen in my life.
Cecily will whisper to the group, "We're like 100% sure we're back in the right timeline, right? Because what the fuck was that?"
I mean, have we ever seen a Warforged before? I know they're not super common, but are they also like exceedingly rare?
They are pretty exceedingly rare. I'd say maybe Bianca, you would have read about them, and Morwen and Carasilla being from Bromsgrove. Actually, you know what? Bianca, having been from Belka, I'd say that the three of you would be able to recognize a Warforged, but it's one of those things where, like, in the time living in your big cities, you maybe saw one or two in the, like, millions of people that would be influxing in and out of the city on a year, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I've only seen, I think this is the third one I've ever ran into, but they're pretty rare.
What is it?
You can see the horse kind of stop as the head kind of turns back.
Soon he turns around.
Morin rubs her eyes like, oh.
If you have a question, I'd be more than happy to answer. All you gotta do is ask.
What's your horse's name?
What a cover.
Got him.
Question you have?
Got him.
You got Joe.
That was a hard Uno reverse card.
Oh, God.
Her name's Spitfire.
Ooh. That's a good horse name.
Good horse name for a poor behaving horse, at least when I first met her. But now, anybody but me tries to ride Spitfire here, they learn the meaning of the name.
What's your name, and where are you off to?
Well, you're so interested in learning my name, I'd be happy to tell you. Name's Sentinel. At least that's the name I know, not the name I would have chosen, but the name that was given. Where I'm off to, I'm a wanderer. When I awoke, many years ago, I had no truthful purpose. So now I wander. I look for those in need, those who can't help themselves or protect themselves, and try and make sure I can help them. But to me, it seems as though all of you...
As you can see, he's kind of like looking at your weapons, your heavy armor, your like magical items.
To me, it seems that none of you might need my help. And that's not an insult, mind you. You just seem fully capable of protecting yourselves.
You're not wrong.
The only help we potentially need is a ride. Because he has a cart, yeah.
It's just one horse, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just a horse.
Oh, what?
Crystal's
cart?
gonna
Oh my
cast Spitfire.
Listen, I don't know if all of you would happen to fit on Spitfire here. In fact, I think one of you...
get a cart. I'm just dumb. It's fine.
No cart, just a horse.
Wow.
Okay, I'm trying to get better about not asking this whenever I see a person that is very unusual. But I feel like I need to ask, what are people like you called? And she'll like look to the group, particularly to Bianca for approval, like, is that better than the time I screamed at Hubert, what the fuck are you?
She'll give like a very like small thumbs up.
Yes. A very appropriate question. I am what some people have given the name Warforged. The meaning of the name is lost on me as, well, that would lead one to believe that we were forged in war, but sadly, I do not know the true origin of my nature. All I know is that somewhere out there in this big wide world, my master is waiting for me. That my master wants me to find them. But if my master is my father, my creator, and they abandoned me, I'm gonna be frank with you. I don't think I want anything to do with a parent that would abandon their child.
Alright, we got something in common. That's good. Relating. Just worldly little Cecily here.
Wait, so you're saying that your master created you and abandoned you, but wants you to find them?
Well, to a degree, yes. I suppose, I don't know how old my physical form is, you see. I am very old, I suppose. The materials that made me and the location that the materials were from lead me to believe this physical shell is quite old. But my memory is young. Only 15 years. So while the shell is old, the mind is young. It seems as though, to my knowledge and my research, every so often, maybe every 30 or 40 years, us Warforged, we shut down. We go into a hibernation to recharge the magic that powers us. So the only memories I have of my past lives, I guess you could say, is that of, well, my creator. And a message that they gave to me. Find me when you're ready. And when you're ready, you'll be able to find me. Yes, me, that was rather unhelpful, cryptic, and vague, which is why I have no interest in pursuing it. I'd much rather make the time that I have here valuable by helping those around me.
Do you think they're even still alive if it's been that long?
Well, I guess it's not up to me to decide. I am, after all, a mechanical man powered by magical rocks, so suppose anything can happen.
Well,
Quite a life.
If you could know, would you want to know? If they were alive, I mean.
You can see him think for a moment. He like takes his fingers and he kind of flicks his hat up a little bit so you can see a little bit more of his face. And he says,
If I could be told right now, without any extra effort or force, what my purpose was, who my creator was. But right now, no, I don't think I'd want to know. I'm happy with my life that I live. All that would do, I think, is complicate things, so thank you.
well, you are coming from the direction we're heading. Any information you can give us about what's going on down there?
Yeah, down that way, you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody that's not willing to get into an altercation about something. Apparently, quite some time ago, this section of Bella Clara fell to pieces. Ruinous now. There's several bastions of peaceful people. Sort of middle grounds where people have agreed not to fight. But the number of factions, groups, vying for power and control, well, more factions and groups than you all have fingers and toes.
Yeah, we seem to run into places like that.
One piece of
Joe,
advice.
what's up?
I was going to say I had a question about, and it's kind of time travel, but not really, and I'm very sorry, but do we know the effects yet of what happened in Bromsgrove and saving the egg and how that's affected Bella Clara?
No.
Okay, so we don't know anything about that yet. Has it been enough time to see the effects, or did we just get here after that happened?
No. And as far as your
And would we-
foggy mind lead you to believe, nothing bad has happened yet.
Okay.
So,
I'll
like,
refrain from asking.
it technically has been, let's see, what would that be? Full, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's technically been about 5 months since the heist.
Oh, shit. But nothing, to our knowledge, has really been
Correct.
an effect on the... Okay. I won't ask my question then.
Okay. If I can offer one... Oh, wait. Shit. Huh?
It's an act this whole time.
Voice mod
Oh,
crashed.
no.
Oh no.
Gotta be a robot again.
Oh, crying robot, no.
Okay. All right. Palate cleanser. And he'll continue to say,
If I can offer one piece of advice, however. To the south of the Old Kingdom, there's a region known as the Clan Lands, and in that area in particular, they've started to bleed over into the Old Kingdom. There's 3 groups vying for power. You have the Basilisks, the Gorgons, and the Rocks. Now, if you're anything like me, when I first heard Rocks, I thought that they would just throw a bunch of boulders, but no. If you've never heard of them, they're large birds, bigger than you or me, with wingspans about the size of a ship. Massive, flying predators. It seems as though those 3 clans are attempting to sow some chaos and destruction. Hurt the small bit of civilization that these people have built up. Also, you all seem like good people. If I can offer one piece of good tidings for you to head on your way, there's a woman you might all find some comfort with, should you get to Richka. If you head that way and make your way to there's a small bank that was established by the nation of Belliclara some time ago. A woman named Eliana Delamarcano. That lady right there, she's helped me out considerably in the time that I was there. Oh, that's gonna sound like 80 times, I'm so sorry. She helped me out considerably while I was there. So hopefully, she'll be able to do the same for you. Like I said, just in Richka, a couple days from here.
Maybe it won't send at all.
Okay, good. It's not just me.
Thought it would send. What if I... Nope. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm gonna refresh. Man, everything's breaking tonight.
Oh no. Good
Oh.
start.
There you go. There it is.
Well,
All of it.
other things sent a bunch too. What a great name.
Nice. Okay. All right. There's that. So he says that, and he'll kind of look down towards all of you one last time and say,
Well, if there's not anything else you'd be needing to know, I suppose I'll continue on my way. Any other dying question you feel like you need to ask?
You said you're a wanderer, so where are you going next?
Well, if I knew, I would tell you. Follow the wind and the streams. Follow the roads. I don't really have a plan. I let fate happen to me. And so far, fate hasn't sent me the wrong way yet.
Better to ride it than to fight it.
Exactly.
I have a question that might be weird. Not much unlike the last one. Do you remember anything about those other versions of yourself?
Sadly, I do not. There are some times where I rest for the evening. I shut down temporarily just to recuperate some of the energy I lost in the day. And there are times, dreams maybe you could call them, or sometimes more appropriately nightmares. I remember things, I see things. Some, I don't know if they are just my brain organizing information or if it's me remembering something that happened. But concretely, do I remember anything? No. Sadly, I do not. Or, in some cases, if the dreams are accurate, happily, I remember none of those memories.
You ever met a Tongwu monk? I think you two would have a really interesting talk.
I've met a few of the Tongwu individuals. One of the ones I met, he was a quiet type, didn't say much. Well, anything at all, actually. But the conversation we did have, I thought, was fruitful. I was hungry, offered me an apple.
Wait. I'm not gonna ask.
Best not. Well, if that is all...
and you can see him kind of click a little bit and softly poke some of the stirrups into the horse as the horse Spitfire sort of begins to return to a trot as he turns, and you can see this very odd thing happens as he's passing you. As he had kind of like swung back around while he was having the conversation, as he turns around, you can see his head just does like a 180 and is now facing behind you as he's delivering his sort of final thing, and just says,
Well, good luck on your journey. Careful in the Old Kingdom. Like I said, lots of people vying for power. If we ever cross paths again, know that you have a friend in me, travelers.
Likewise. Thank you.
He'll nod. His head will return back to the 0 degree position, and he'll ride away.
God damn, he was so cool.
Do you think he knows that the outfit makes him look like a badass?
Oh, you got to, right?
I'm
You gotta
guessing
have confidence to pull something like that off.
Wait! We'll have to ask him when we see him next.
Drusilla, quick, send him a message.
Yeah.
I just assume it's law and order.
Oh shit.
Or protect and serve.
Actually, no.
We're
See,
like,
I'm a fan of William Bosserman myself. And this one right here is double, and this one right here is toil and trouble.
Oh, I love that.
oh,
So good.
huh.
So glad we got that.
Bianca's gonna like look at Deadeye and be like, I didn't even give you your name. I should think about that.
Yeah, Brennan Fisher gave that name.
Yeah, and she hasn't even named her sword. She got no names. That's fucking cool. She's got a new to-do on her task list.
Cecily's gonna look at her bare hands, like, man. That's it.
You can name your hands.
Yeah.
Right and left, baby.
Gotta name one Knuckle and the other Sandwich.
That'd be really funny because it's not what she does at all. Imagine, just
You
like
could name
knuckle
them
pats.
Thunder and Lightning, because the Storm Sorcerer. Be pretty
name
stupid.
Morwen starts walking.
You name them Spick and Spam. For no reason.
Righty and lefty.
Jill and Jane.
Paul and George. And then your feet are Ringo and John.
I want to snap his neck. I want to snap her wrist.
Ringo, activate! Kick someone.
Morwen is about
on
40
the
feet
road
away
we
from
go.
all of you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, she has not
Yeah.
stopped.
Morwen wasn't ready for this nonsense. Just back to being teenagers on a path. Man. Well, she'll think on it.
Nice. All right. Sounds good to me. Okay. So, with that, all of you continue on your path westward. Oh, hello, trouble. You continue on your path westward, and as you're walking along, every once in a while, there is a cart that passes you heading away from the Riverlands. Or not from the Riverlands, sorry, wrong campaign. Away from the Old Kingdom and back towards Giant's Bridge. Every once in a while, just kind of passing you, heading along in its way with a polite nod to you, but reserved, kind of taking a wide berth in some situations. But as you're walking along, you have a good 5 or 6 hours of travel before anything notable happens. So on that travel, are any of you having any questions as you're walking along? Anything in particular you may be looking for?
I feel content, personally.
I don't know if Bianca's like looking for anything in particular. Just because I don't know if there was anything to really keep an eye out for, but she will noticing Morwen like frowned when he talked about nightmares. Bianca will just kind of at one point catch up to Morwen, assuming she's still like full steam ahead of everybody else.
I mean, she wasn't like sprinting; she just started walking.
I imagine that she was.
Head.
The drama. I haven't named my sword.
But Bianca will kind of catch up and just kind of say, "Hey, how are you doing after everything? And mentally, and I don't know. You just seem a little deep in thought lately."
Oh, that's a fairly broad question.
It is. I just didn't want to ask specifics in case you didn't want to talk about specifics.
It's complicated. We succeeded. We stopped the heist, I suppose, which is good. There are millions who now continue to live because of us. And I should be happier than I am about it. It's just hard to ignore those we couldn't save. Hrothgar is the light bearer now, so it's not really a mystery anymore that our actions did nothing to alter Delnor's past. Everything that Carousel and I were trying to do was unable to be achieved. So
Yeah.
I'm not having the best few months.
I wish I had words to even, I don't know, bring some sort of comfort for that. But first of all, I don't know if anyone has the right words at every moment. But also, I don't think words would be able to do the healing necessary for what you two experienced. I'm very grateful for the sacrifice that your men and you and Carasilla made, knowing that Delnor's Pass, the event that happened, had to happen, and that it was, in a sick, twisted way, the right choice. I'm just really sorry that it was.
You know what honestly the worst part is? The not knowing what they were thinking and feeling at the end. Dorian said that he would go to them, make sure that they weren't leaderless, explain that why we weren't there and why we left them. And part of me wants to take comfort in knowing that hopefully they believed him, and then another part of me fears that they died cursing our names. And I'll never know the truth on that.
They may have, But I do know that death does bring clarity. And I know that since they were taken by the Dark One, they are not in the Raven Queen's hands right now. But once we rescue their souls from his grasp, they will understand. They will see everything and what their efforts were and how they were a piece in salvation. I feel very weird that I feel like if you and Carousella would have met me at the same time that Suni and Cecily did, I used to not sound like this. I used to not believe in fate at all. I used to fight it because I just wanted to do what I wanted to do and be on my own path. But I do now, after, in a way, being forced into fate's line for me and everyone else and you and your men. I do mean what I said by it is sometimes, not sometimes, it is easier to let fate happen than to fight it. At least if fate is how it's meant to be. And then we rewrite it if it's not, like we just did.
Don't know how often we're going to be able to pull that trick again.
No, I feel like that's maybe one given once in a while kind of thing. I know we might have to do it again. Hopefully it's not us, and hopefully it's some other great heroes from a far off land. But the life of your men is only over on the material plane. There's still life left for them. And the next.
Well, then I owe it to them to fight hard to make sure they can finally be at peace.
I'll help you and Carousella. And we all will.
I know. We appreciate it. It's just hard. It's probably going to be hard for a while. But I appreciate you asking.
Yeah, I'm always willing to listen.
Does it feel weird to be back here?
Yes, I haven't really explored this direction though, so it still feels very new. I've only kind of heard about it and looked on maps, but my family, we never went this direction.
By the way, you'll have to forgive me. My memory's a little fuzzy, but no, I'm just kidding. But once we find this keep of yours, what exactly do you want here?
Oh. I don't know. I don't know if it's a want or a responsibility. I feel a sense of responsibility. I mean, this land is broken. And to learn that piece of it is my family's. I don't know that I could just like walk away from that. And I want to know what my dad knows in particular because, I mean, yes, it's mine, but first it's his. And that also feels weird to claim or have a claim on humans, like people's lives. And I don't know how I feel about that either. I know things should change here. I know they need to, and I know the ball is in my court to make a change. But I don't know if it's a want yet, at least. I think I just need more answers. Not just, from books or whatever we learn, like going through the Old Kingdom, but from my family and what they know and why I didn't.
That's reasonable. Facing truths like this can be difficult. I understand in a way.
You do?
Responsibility comes in many forms. You know how seriously I take mine, and it sounds like, for one you've only discovered recently, you're putting a lot of thought into it. I think that's admirable. I mean, I'm not destined to become some queen or anything like that, I'm just a lowly soldier. She's just kind of like giving you like a joking smirk while she's saying that. So, take a peasant's words for what they are, but...
See, that even feels weird.
You and I are very passionate people, Bianca. I think we're quiet, but we care a great, great deal about the things around us. You want to make the right decision and make sure that good comes from your actions. It's completely admirable. Just one step at a time. Focus on what you need to do, and then do the rest as it comes. It's how I always approached what I needed to do, and it's worked out okay.
Seems to be working out for you. Yeah. Thank you.
Bare minimum, we need to get access so we can have you relight that pillar. I'm not exactly sure what it will do to the Dark One, but at this point, any move we can make to slow down his progress, I think, is one we need to make.
Right. And even that act just seems so small and insignificant compared to what we just did. So I'm just very curious about... I feel like it's too easy. Like, oh, someone told me this will stop the Dark One. Now we just got to go do it. It's not that black and white. And I'm nervous about, again, what we don't know.
Well, Napier Tarmon showed it to me for a reason. So, it's important.
That's true.
Thanks for coming over. I appreciate it.
Of course. I don't know, I could just kind of see it. Needed someone to listen, at least.
It helps more than you know.
And she'll just kind of give her a little pat on the shoulder and then walk in quiet, observing the landscape and everything.
Same.
Okay. Alrighty. So as you are continuing throughout the day, walking along, was there anything else that anybody wanted to talk about on your day's journey so far?
I will
Yeah,
make
okay,
it known that
I'll take
never
the bait.
mind.
What'd you say?
I'm starting to, don't worry about it.
Well. Anyways, I imagine for a good long while, Carasella's just like, hat off, just like looking up into the sky, just like, enjoying the sunlight. Now that it is spring. But she will do ye old trot up to where Rasuni is, and just ask. So I'm curious, what did happen that morning? Where did you go up to?
Well, I had this really intense feeling of, I don't know, emotion, and it was kind of almost a blinding amount of it, really. I could feel all of these tethers to, I don't know, my soul, I guess. And there was one really particularly strong one. I followed it with Bianca, and we scaled up a tower, and I found, I guess she's my counterpart. I don't know if that's the right phrase, but just very, very briefly. And quickly as she was there, she left. And she had fucking wings. I want wings. How the hell do I get that?
Well, fortunately, I'm not too sure if you're going to sprout them yourselves, but did she say anything? I mean, what was it? Some kind of calling out to you? And admittedly, not too all over this whole partnered Dragonborn thing.
Oh, join the club. I have no clue about any of it. But she did we danced, I guess you would call it. And when we were done, she just left. Told me that I wasn't ready. Whatever the hell that means.
Did you get any feeling for what you're meant to be ready for? You didn't fuck up the dance, did you?
No. It was perfect. She was perfect, but I couldn't even remember her name. Oh my god, there's somebody shooting outside of my apartment. I'm sorry. Okay.
Are you what? Are you
Yeah,
okay?
What?
The guy who lives above me, like, just sometimes shoots his gun out, I think.
What?
It
Son
might
in
be
Australia,
Mardi
what
Gras,
the
that would
fuck?
be my guess. But he was like, it's like a Mardi Gras celebration or something, because he did it on New Year's, and then he's done it like one other time. But, could you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Very loud. Did he just emptied a fucking clip into the sky? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, pretty much.
Move. Right now.
You know, I've really never felt unsafe here, but that's like the 2 or 3 times that he's done. It's like, whoop. All right.
Yeah, it's unsafe for the people that live in other
Anywhere else.
buildings.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Bullet's gonna land.
No, like, yeah, like
somewhere.
our windows, like, face right next to, like, another apartment complex. It's just across the fence. And, like, I don't really know how far bullets go, because I don't really know anything of that. But, yeah, it was just, I don't know.
I've seen 1,000 Ways to Die, or whatever that show is that was on Sci-Fi.
Yep. Spike first.
yeah, there we go.
Um,
Anyway, sorry.
but yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay.
Oh, good old
Jesus.
Indianapolis for you. Okay.
God damn.
But yeah, Carosilla. Exactly that. Whatever I said last. Oh, what, did you ask me something? I'm sorry. Where did I leave off?
Fuck. I mean, just talking about like what, like that, like thing that's
Oh, the
missing.
partnership thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I don't. All I really know about it is something that Keothi told me. Which was that we are all Dragonborns are created with a counterpart, and one is they balance each other out. But I guess from what she said and what I've heard, I didn't expect to be so connected to her. And I don't know. Elowen said something to me, though, right after. She said that she is mine and I am hers in this life and in all previous. Whatever the hell that means.
I mean, have you tried getting any confirmation or clarification from her?
I don't really know how to pray, I guess. Is that what you do? You pray and they talk to you? I don't know. Every now and again, I feel close to Elowen, but only time she's ever spoken to me were when she reached out to me.
Maybe she's waiting for you to reach out to her. If we're on this road, around all this nature and all that, I'm sure now's a place for any. At least to try.
I think you might be right. It is beautiful out here. And I sure as hell don't miss the cold.
It's suddenly nice to be moving back into springtime again.
Yes. I'm sorry that we were gone when what happened to you that morning happened. It must
In
have
all
been
honesty,
scary.
I don't think your presence would have stopped it.
Well, I don't know. Stopping it's one thing, but comforting a friend is another.
Well,
when we were being shot at, by
Cameron's upstairs neighbor. I'm
by my
sorry. I'm
upstairs
muting my.
neighbor. No, it's okay. When we were being shot at in the city, I saw a few of. Yes, I know it's Pareto. Thank you, Joe.
No, I was correcting Felicity's spelling.
Oh, okay. I didn't see that. Yes, Pareto. All right, I'm with you. Sorry for being defensive, Joe. I love you. Okay, but
I love you too.
I saw 2 or 3 Children of the Flame members who they ran up and they saw what was happening to their other men, how crazy that was, and I tried to get them to run off, and they looked at me and they shook their heads and they marched on. And I meant to tell you before, but in that moment, I could just feel my heart sinking down to the tip of my tail. And I think I had maybe the tiniest little experience of what you and your sister felt. And I don't know if it makes anything better, but if the men who you talk up all the time are nearly as brave as the 3 I saw there, I don't think there would have been any stopping them from doing
No.
what they thought they needed to do.
Say what you want about White Cloaks. I think the one thing that runs true is that dedication there is above or anything else. And as terrible as it might sound, I'm almost glad that what happened there. I mean, Crider is certainly not a nice way to go by, well, many standards. But at least it's clean, at least it's quick. Happens at Donner's Pass, it's certainly not that. And that dedication would have brought them to there as well. So over one fate over another, it's... At least it was a better ending, I suppose.
Yeah, I can only imagine. But they were all brave, and 2 of you were brave too, and I'm sorry that couldn't change anything about what happened, but I don't even have any words to say.
I don't think there are any that can be said.
Yeah.
Just I suppose I'm gonna miss them so much.
Suni will stop walking and put each of his hands onto Carasilla's shoulders and say, "But I promise you, like each and every one of them, I will fight to the end to protect you and everyone else here." And then he'll give her shoulders a squeeze and then continue to walk. Not like away from her, but just walk in general.
She'll just be kind of nodding her head in that, just like, just wanting the moment of just peace.
Okay. So, with that, as all of you are making your way through the old kingdom, walking side by side, having small conversations here and there, you can see in the distance, maybe just a few minutes away, one of these large pillars that I had briefly mentioned before, with these strange symbols sort of carved into them, jutting out of the dirt. In these rocky formations covered in strange symbols. And you can see a woman, look to be a scholarly woman, hair currently pulled back away from her face, wearing light and flowing clothes. You can see that she has what looks to be a book tucked away in the sash that covers her chest, and then a large satchel on her side that she's currently moving through with different tools in it that she's kind of using to examine, a couple of like magical devices that she's holding out around, makes a couple of notations, jots a few things down. And as you see this woman, some type of maybe magical archaeologist of some kind, as you begin to approach her, that is where we're going to go ahead and take a break. I know, quite the cliffhanger to...
Who is she?
Who
I need to get
is
the
she?
art. Come on, Joe.
No, you'll have to wait. Yeah. All right. So with that, we'll take a break and we'll be right back. We're back. All right, so picking up where... Oh, I forgot to put my hoodie back on. Sorry, I was hot. So now I'm just wearing a... I'm going to pull a John, and I'm going to wear a bro tank on stream like a I don't know.
Bro.
A person who's hot. Hey, John, welcome back. I didn't... I'm excited to see... Yeah. ... I come back to this. No, John, I appreciate you. But
Yeah, you
see,
should leave now while you have the chance.
I'm not making fun of you. This is... You son of a bitch. I'll allow that. It's fair. I am not... This is... Imitation is the highest form of flattery.
And I miss Rianne.
I just love John so much. He's one of my favorite people.
Rianne was a good character.
All right. I love you, John. Let's get back into it. So, picking up where we left off, before we broke for break... Sure. Before we left for a break, our group of adventurers had finally made their way to Bella Clara. After some wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff, they made their way into the old kingdom of Bella Clara, a region of the nation that had been broken and destroyed. Currently picking up from the shattered pieces of so long ago, a land closely, at least discovered to be closely related to Bianca. Specifically, a relation that Bianca had through her father to to her grandmother, Ivana Damaris, known as the Regent of the Crown Lands, third of her name, and Salvation of the Underdark. This connection that Bianca has, this lineage that Bianca has, to the land of Bella Clara. However, as we learn through conversations that happen along our journey by foot, we know that Bianca's not necessarily comfortable with that. Or maybe not even not comfortable, but just not sure of what she wants exactly from this. Remarking that it would feel odd when this is technically something that is her father's birthright, not hers, and without speaking with him and without seeing what damage has been done, what the state of these entities are, she's really unsure of what next step she wishes to take. We also got from that conversation small insecurities. Well, not small, but moderate insecurities from Morwen about the fate of the children of the flame that she served with, her and Carasilla's men. But there were some comforting words from Bianca that hopefully gave Morwen at least a little bit of comfort in that moment. Moving on from there, we had a conversation between Suni and Carasilla. For one, discussing what happened between Suni and Sultana, two star-crossed lovers, destined to be each other's rival, but a strong emotional connection tying the two of them together. The two of them having done their dance, Carasilla making a few jests along the way, and then Suni also telling her, making her a promise, that regardless of what happens, that Suni will be glad to fight and even die by her side if it means bringing peace to the people around them. There was one thing that happened before they started traveling, though, a chance encounter with a warforged cowpoke by the name of Sentinel, a man whose style was reminiscent of Samuel L. Jackson from The Hateful Eight, who rode a horse named Spitfire and had two pistols, one named Double Double and the other one Toil and Trouble. He gave the party a couple of parting facts. That in the city of Richka, there was a woman there who may be able to help them out, at least a little bit, on their journey. Sorry, I just want to make sure I say her name right, because it's got a lot going on. Eliana Della Marcano. That woman there, being a member of a small bank that was set up by the investors of Bella Clara, could provide the party some direction should they need it. So, with that information and knowledge of 3 mountain clans that have begun their descent down those paths to cause chaos and destruction in the Old Kingdom, the party heads in the direction of Richka, knowing that they're about 2 days away As they're traveling on this first day, around, let's say, let's say, 4 or 5 p.m. Just as the sun is beginning to crest down from high noon, getting ready to set, they encounter a woman at a large outcropping of rocks, intricately carved with different symbols and arcane runes as the woman investigates them. You can see she's messing with different tools, different items, jotting things down, and she does not seem to notice any of you at all yet, as you're about maybe 25, 30 feet away. So,
Is
what
she
would you
like
like to
on
do?
the path, or is it out of the way to like talk?
Honestly, this image right here is a fairly good representation. It's maybe 5 feet off. So if you walk past her, you will definitely be within earshot.
Yeah. I mean, we can just like keep walking on the path, and then I know if it has like cool like stuff going on, Bianca's curious. She'd want to check it out, maybe.
Go for it.
Okay. All right. So as all of you are walking along, Bianca, as you get close, you can see that whatever tool she's using, it almost looks to be like a crystal ball, but it has a little bit more of a cone shape to it, where it's rounded on the bottom and a cone. And you can see that she kind of holds it up to her eye. And then closing the other one, you can see that her fist or her hand begins to glow with this sort of dull blue energy, and the crystal ball begins to light up as she's just sort of looking through this magical device. As
Is
you're now
she-
maybe 5 feet away from her, and she still hasn't noticed you.
Oh gosh. Well, I don't want to startle her. Is she like casting comprehend languages? Is like that what it looks like she's doing?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay. I haven't pulled up D&D Beyond like usual for me.
Wow.
Sorry. Oh, okay. Skills, Arcana. 18.
18. Okay. So, yeah, I would say that you would be able to recognize the spell as... And this is the interesting part. It is a combination of several different spells kind of channeling through this one magical device. So, comprehend languages is there, as well as identify and detect magic. As you can see, whatever focus this is, all of these like weaves of magic are kind of combining all together in order to come out in one refined stream as she's looking through it in this very, very small lens.
Okay, and before I inevitably startle her, since we're close enough now, can Bianca see what the carvings and everything look like? I mean, she's not going to get anything as detailed as this woman, but like anything sticking out, or is it very foreign?
Make a history check.
Okay.
We shall see, shall we not?
Roll, please. 22.
22. Okay. So what I'll say is that the runes themselves and the rocks, with a 22, the rocks are incredibly old. You can tell that just from the amount of smoothness there is to them from the constant erosion, where at one point they may have been much larger and much sharper, as you can see that a lot of the runes and etchings, they're worn away in some parts. As there is just this, like I said, this older nature to the rock itself. That's one thing. Another thing is, let me see what languages Bianca speaks. What languages does Bianca speak?
I can look it up. I have D&D Beyond pulled up.
You do?
Common, Infernal, and Undercommon.
Okay. You can understand like half of the runes. Actually, probably closer to a quarter. Because it seems to be a combination or a hybrid of several different runes, and there are some hints of Undercommon, strangely enough. As you're peering at it, It's not enough to piece together any of the language, but all you know is that they're very, very old, and there are hints of Undercommon written on the rock. But any type of meaning, with this rock in particular... There we go. It does seem to have elements of, like, strength or stamina or power. Those are kind of some of the vibes that you're getting from it.
Okay, she's gonna turn to the rest of the group. I want to talk to this woman, but she looks really focused, and I don't want to startle her.
Excuse me, Morwen says.
Oh my god. Does she hear? Is she that focused?
She doesn't move at all.
Oh my god. Okay, well
See?
maybe.
Nothing to worry about.
Bianca, fire your gun next to her ear.
No.
Hold on. That's a little
Jesus.
much. I can just Misty step in front of her and say boo.
Or
We can
I
just
could
tap
tap
her
on her shoulder.
Yeah, see?
Uh,
I don't know. I think the
That's
gun
the
idea
one.
is a winner. I'm telling you.
I don't know. I just feel bad, but if we're doing this, if we're not trying to be polite. She's just gonna go over and
for
then
like 2 seconds. It's fine.
she'll come over and like just kind of tap the woman on her shoulder. Does she notice?
Yeah, you tap her on her shoulder. She goes, what? She brushes at her shoulder and kind of knocks her finger off. She goes back to investigating.
Oh, man.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
Hello?
oh, jeez. Hello. Sorry, I thought
Hi.
that was a... As she looks to the,
Nope.
like, party of armored individuals. I don't have any money.
No. I'm sorry. I really didn't want to like bother you, but I also am very curious about this rock as well. I could pick up some things, and we were just traveling by, and I don't know, it seemed interesting, and I noticed you were having this item. You're doing a pretty thorough investigation on it, and I just wanted to know maybe what you discovered about it.
So you're not robbing me?
Absolutely not. And actually, if you want safe passage, we are heading this direction.
She narrows her eyes a little bit at you. She says, oh, good. I lied initially. I do have a lot of money on me, but I just didn't want to give it away. It's nice to meet you. I'm Suna Akai. And she reaches her hand out to shake yours as you get a very, very clear look at this woman in front of you.
All right. Ooh, she's pretty. She will shake her hand. Bianca Dusong, and these are my traveling companions. Feel free to introduce yourselves.
Cecily.
Suni.
Carousel.
Hi, I'm Morwen Dolsky. Nice to meet you. Like, looking at everyone else like, what the fuck was that?
Thank you.
Got the ball rolling.
Thank you. It's very nice to meet all of you as well. Mowendelsky, very nice. And Suni and Carasilla and Cecily. And Bianca. Wait a moment. Call me crazy. Were the
Okay,
group
that's
of...
what it'll be called.
No. Sorry, that was just a turn of phrase, an expression. I merely meant to say, if I'm saying something that is not true, feel free to correct me. Were all of you in Bromsgrove several months ago?
We had business there.
I think I may have just seen you a time or two. Believe me, not very often do you see, two elves, a human, a dragonborn, and a purple tiefling traveling together. So, I tend to notice oddities like that. I like oddities a lot.
Did we notice her at all?
Trying to recall, I would probably say there's not even a check necessary. Probably not. There's so many people. You guys were so focused on your mission that just some random person walking through the streets. I mean, you know.
Well, it's crazy that we ran into each other not only there but here.
Well, yes, I was just investigating the stones of. I'm calling them the stones of prowess. I'm not exactly sure if that's a accurate name. It's just something that I've noticed about them. If you're interested, I can tell you what I've found so far.
Yeah, I am interested. I don't know what other languages. I really could only make out that there was some undercommon, which is, I don't know, just the merge of everything is very interesting. You don't see that paired up too often.
And I just noticed that through my device here. The undercommon roots, there's also small inklings of giant and draconic in there, along with little tiny bits of common. I just thought that was very interesting. All of these languages that are fairly ancient and archaic, aside from common, all kind of mixed together. But so the most interesting thing about, well, for one, start with the basics. They are rocks. We're all good there.
Right.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Good. There was an individual who passed me maybe a few days ago traveling through here, and I tried to explain, but she didn't want to listen past their rocks.
Pretty rude. All right.
That's what I thought. Anyway, these runes, these sigils, these signs that are on them, magic can be channeled into them, and in turn they reciprocate a magical effect of some sort, depending on what runes and what symbols are carved on the stone. Interestingly enough, the thing is that if you can't translate the stone, they're not always a positive effect. You see, I believe in experimentation, and so most of the time I test these things out myself, as I don't want to put anyone else in danger, and I'm the person who's, well, one might say brave, another might say stupid. It's entirely up to interpretation. Enough to test them myself. I've been jotting down what most of the places are that I've been able to find, and, well, they vary. They do range. There was one that I tried where I was incredibly silver-tongued afterwards. It seemed as though anybody's path that I crossed, I could convince them to do almost anything I wanted them to do, provided it didn't harm them. Another one, it made me much more deadly wielding the dagger that I carry with me for protection. And another one, it seemed to enhance the blade itself as opposed to making me more skilled. There was also one where the days were a little fuzzy after. I think that I became a wolf, and then I was a wolf for a couple of days.
You think?
I think. Because I woke up in a den of wolves.
Oh.
Wow.
And either I just appeared there and forgot, but due to the shifting of the constellations, I'm pretty sure a couple of days had passed.
Wow. Who needs to drink when you got word rocks?
Oh, and that leads me to the most interesting thing that I've noticed so far. So, there is a plant, a tree, I guess is more accurate, that exists in Afera. It's known as the World Tree. The natives there have a name for it that's unique to them, but to most people it's just known as the World Tree. The World Tree is so unique because of its ability to be connected with all other trees, not just surrounding the World Tree, but also in the ancestral jungle. So all of those trees are connected to the World Tree. cutting down one tree somewhere isn't an isolated event. It directly affects the world tree. These rocks are the same way. They're all connected somehow. It's like a, I don't know, like how your body, and she kind of pulls her, at these, like, pulls at her arm and, like, highlighting the veins on her arm. Just like how there are veins underneath your skin that sort of connect everything, these rocks are the same way, except they jut out in certain places. I'm not exactly sure why, but it's just something interesting I've noticed. All of the stones are the exact same, and there is a mountain fortress a couple of weeks' travel that way, that all of the stone that's carved from that fortress is the same stone that these are made out of. But it's not just the mountain, it's just not just normal rock. If you go look at, and she kind of points at a boulder that's, maybe 10 or so feet off the road from where you are, that boulder right there is a completely different type of stone entirely. And you kind of look at the boulder and look at the rock, and none of you are dwarves, so none of you have, like, proficiency in stonemason's tools. They look fairly similar to all of you, but...
And she dedicated to studying rocks, so it makes sense she would be able to tell.
So...
More nods as if she understands.
The thing is, I have no idea what that means. All I know is that some rocks are the same, some rocks are different, and some rocks turn you into wolves, and other rocks make people have an easier time talking to you. I don't even really have a hypothesis yet. All I have is data.
What does this rock do?
Well, that's what I was trying to figure out. But I think that here, and kind of tracing her fingers along it, she puts her hand near the sort of central spiral of one of the runes and says, well, wish me luck. And she's going to discharge some magic into it. As you kind of gather that she doesn't have a really good way of deciphering the rune.
Yeah.
There's just some
She was
guesswork
way
at
too
this
eager
point.
to do that after being a wolf. Oh my god.
And she casts it, and you can see that,
That-
from her
Is that
finger.
Bianca in a judgmental tone, wondering why people do things like this? Bianca?
So you can see there's this red energy that sparks from the spirals, curls up into her hand, and then goes from her fingertips all the way up her arm to her shoulder until eventually stops at her throat. And then the redness kind of fades as she... Whew. That was hot. Does anyone have any water or maybe peanut butter or milk or something? It's like I just ate something very spicy.
I could shoot some frost down your face.
Marlon hands over her water bag.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
you.
that's a little more... Yeah, I'm kind of like trying to hammer a nail with a brick wall.
Thank you. And you see her kind of go to sneeze, and as she like pulls back and she turns away from all of you, she sneezes, and there is this just exultation of flame out of her mouth, of just this like 30-foot cone away from all of you towards the stone, burning away some of the grass and trees.
Okay, frost time, and she's just gonna run to the grass and start frosting whatever little chunks of flame there are.
Yeah. Well, I feel a lot better now.
That's
That was
good.
cool. I want to do that.
Well, I hate to presume, but oh wait, no, lightning, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you can do it a second time. And she kind of goes to put her hand on it, and she kind of pulls it back. So far, none of them I've done a second time, so I don't know if the effect changes.
Well, that's interesting.
So, each rock has given you a different thing. You've never done it twice. It has Draconic, Undercommon, Giant, and Was there another language that I'm forgetting?
Giant, Draconic, Undercommon, and Common. Oh, that was it.
In common.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you smart people want to take notes or whatever, I'll touch the rock again.
I wanted to touch the rock.
I think we should refrain, and I feel like we'll run into more, so if we ever want the opportunity, it will come back. Now, have you found... how many of these are there? Are there, like, you know, just like a special 5, or are they all over this area, a numerous amount?
Oh, no, they're all over. Honestly, I think that I'd seen maybe 40 or 50. I've only tried out 5 because after I got turned into a wolf, I was a little more careful with which ones I decided to use. Well, careful isn't exactly the right word. Most of the time I flip a coin. And I got a lot of tails, and I don't do anything when tails tells me to, so I wait for heads.
And are any of them, have you been able to, like, move or relocate, or are they, like, very... Because you said they're all connected, and trees are connected by, like, roots. Rocks don't have roots, but are they actually stones, or are they connected together as one larger rock?
I honestly don't know. As I said, the only way that I know that they're connected is, for one, they're the same stone, and whenever I've dug around one of them, just to unearth a little bit of the dirt around them, I can see that if I dig deep enough, there are these veins that go from wherever the stones are, they go down, and then they split off in 4 or 5 different directions.
Hey, Joe.
So they do
Yeah.
have root.
If Suni puts his hand on the rock, like Avatar style, and tries to be connected to the Mother of Mountains, can I feel like anything, if like connection wise, between these rocks and the rest of the environment or the other rocks or whatever?
Make a religion check. That's interesting.
Oh yeah. Sorry, it's on its way, I promise.
It's on.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
We put in a request.
Some of our rolls come by the Pony Express.
Oh, that wasn't very good. That's okay.
What was it?
The 12.
12. Okay. You do feel connections. You reach out. And maybe in this time muttering a small prayer, just something under your breath, trying to commune with the mountains and with the earth. You feel the connection be made, and you can feel it surge out from where you are. There's maybe 30 or 40 of these in a 5-mile radius from where you are now. There's a lot. You can tell that the rock is old, just as Bianca was able to ascertain, but there's something strange that's connected to it. You're not exactly sure what it is, but there is a small sense of decay attached to each one of these rocks that you can sense. Now, I'll say that's about as much as you get.
Mm-hmm. So he will, I guess after doing that, he'll take his hand and kind of tighten his fists together, and his brow furrows a little bit before he says, I don't know for sure, but it feels like it's dying a little bit.
Oh. That is particularly sad.
I mean, it's old as dirt, but that's all I could really sense out of that. There's a shit ton of them around here, though.
Joe, follow-up question.
Yeah.
So Morwen, who had not been really paying attention because she was just there to be polite, but upon hearing this, she's kind of grown more interested and she's taken a look. Do these rocks resemble in any way what Morwen kind of saw and what Dorian described that they were looking for? Like, not this specific one, obviously, but like, in general, does it feel like there might be some sort of a connection or at least a similarity between the two?
Yeah, I would say that similarity, yes. They seem to be the same type of stone from your vision, from what Dorian described. The runes are very, very, very similar to what you saw in that vision.
That's interesting. So yeah, as Morwen's just kind of staring at all this stuff, she'll kind of lean over to Bianca in particular. Not this one, but this is what we're looking for. This is what I saw.
Okay. And then she'll turn to the woman whose name I forgot. Bianca wouldn't have, but Felicity did.
Suna?
Suna, okay. Let me write that down. Thank you for letting us bother you. This was really helpful.
Oh, you're very welcome. I'm happy to be of assistance. Honestly, ever since I graduated, I haven't really had anybody to share the information I found. I've just kind of been doing it for myself, which sounded fun initially, but after 5 or 6 years, well, gathered a lot of information, and I've just kind of kept it to myself. So it was nice to share it for once.
Where did you graduate from?
Yeah, I was gonna ask where you study rocks.
Well, I did do a small period of time in the College of Hearthcrest. I studied there. There was it's not very well known, but there is a boarding school within the College of Hearthcrest. I studied there for a time. I was sent away from my home. And I'd like anybody proficient in history, I'd like you to make a history check.
That's a me.
Be me.
No, to me. To
Many
continue
half
what
proficient.
Bianca said.
History.
Aren't you half proficient in everything?
Yes.
If you're half proficient, you can make it with disadvantage.
I will.
Oh, I rolled low though. I got an 11.
Ooh, 10 and 11. High rolling.
Yeah.
Which is fun because I think I beat that out with getting 7 plus 5. Yeah, 12. That's what. Yeah,
Nice.
12. That's maths.
10, 11, 12.
That
see
adds
that-
up to 33.
So she speaks and she says, well, and then after I graduated from the boarding school, I went back home to Atarashi, where and she kind of looks, and none of you make any connections. And she kind of exhales a sigh of relief and then goes, and then I went back home to Atarashi and I finished up my studying there. There are small private universities and colleges between the islands, and I studied at the 3 different islands, collecting different information until eventually I decided to head to the temples of Loshar. I was in Loshar for quite some time, then traveled up to Port Lemnos in Thurol, and then to Bromsgrove, where I had at least seen all of you. And then I came here.
Wow. Well, it's pretty worldwide. I mean, as far as I know.
Well, I still have a lot left to go. I'd love to see Odero and, the 3 kingdoms of the northern Calderas. I'd love to see Afera one day. I've read a lot about New Verdalca and New Afera, and, well, honestly, those 2 places sound horrible, but maybe Trismakai sounds beautiful. I know that the 2 of them are getting better. That's really funny. Ryan, I'm glad that you and her both had the same thought.
It's not that bad anymore. Come on.
yeah.
I guess word hasn't traveled very fast yet.
Yeah.
So
It's on the up and up.
From
We're getting there. That's okay.
from what I
Give it
hear,
a
there's
generation.
they're still recovering from a revolution, but apparently there was a group of people there that have done a wonderful job righting the wrongs, at least. It still has a long way to go, but it sounds like they've gotten better. But still,
Well,
Tristan Kai is top 5 places I'd want to go to.
I don't think I know any of the places you just said, but hey, I mean, I've noticed there's rocks almost anywhere, so if that's your thing, I think you'll do pretty good. I'm not as smart as her, and she'll just look at Bianca. It's like,
No, you're smart. That was a very astute observation. There are lots of rocks everywhere. It does make my job very easy. I can go anywhere I want, and there's always rocks to study. It's a good observation.
Yeah, thanks.
well,
Oh man.
I don't know where you're off to right now. We're heading west right now. I mean, seems like you know a lot about this land, and I know I, in particular, would like to know more about it. And she's going to kind of look at the group and everything. If you need to tag along, we may be able to let you come with us for a little bit. She's peeking her eyes over at everyone else, though, trying to get approval.
Ursula not an approval.
Since that's been brought up, now that Morwen believes these rocks have some sort of connection to the Dark One in like a not straight connection way, but she's kind of trying to see if this person gives off any bad vibes or if they've been lying about why they're these. Before we just tag them along to what we're doing here.
Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead and make an insight check, and we'll just a general vibe check for this this woman in particular.
Anyone else doing one, or is it just me? Just me?
No. Bianca can join with that because I also have been. I just didn't know how to.
Oh yeah! All right, well I got a 20, so.
Well, that's good. Here, I'll do one. Where are you?
Cecily.
Morwen only has a +1, so I was like, fuck.
Yeah, Cecily for
I
once
got
is
it.
not wondering. So.
I got a 2. A 2.
Oh my.
High five!
Hell yeah.
Okay. So what I would say is that all right. As you're just sort of getting a read, Bianca, you're fairly confident that there's, nothing going on here. But Morwen, you can tell that while you're not necessarily getting any bad vibes, so to speak, what I will say is that you are getting a deceit isn't the right word, but there's a purposeful omission of truth somewhere in there. It doesn't seem deadly or dangerous. It just seems as though this woman has things that she doesn't want to talk about that she's purposely avoiding. I'll say that much.
Okay.
And we all...
When Bianca's looking around for approval, so she'll see more and kind of give her a, I don't know about that kind of face.
Well, listen, we tend to get ourselves in hot shit. How good are you at staying alive? I mean, clearly you've made it so far. But you know what I mean?
Do you... Okay. Let me just ask. Do you mean, am I good at living in just like a... I know how to budget my money and live on a budget and I can live a balanced life? Or...
adventuring, danger, the bloodshed, peril. Yeah, how well do you handle that?
I feel like if anything comes up, I imagine we can handle it ourselves anyways. If anything, it could be a thing of protection for you, right?
Yeah, and I'm not completely useless. I'll say that much. But also not exactly the most skilled fighter. More so, I'm a tinkerer. I spend a lot of time, like I said, studying and creating things. I've made a few things. And you can see her kind of gesture to the small satchel that she has at her side. This is something I actually made myself. And you can see the sort of components that are there, the familiar shape of the bag and the strap of a bag of holding, but you can see that this is definitely something that was made personally by her. The same pattern that is on her pants, these like sort of lilies and other patterns that are reminiscent of the three nations of Adarashi. Are also there on her bag of holding. And I also made these, as she gestures down to her shoes, that you can see are like overlapping of these different pieces of leather that are etched and trimmed to kind of look like this cascading amount of flowers, like fall leaves, just sort of orange and red and green and yellow. Like I said, I'm not the world's strongest fighter, but when I don't want to be seen, these boots help make that a little bit easier. As she's describing boots of elfin kind.
All right. Morwen's going to use her Know Your Enemy feature. If you spend at least 1 minute observing or interacting with another creature outside combat, you can learn information about its capabilities compared to your own.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to do total class levels, if any.
Yeah, so she would be a level 6 artificer.
Okay. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon us for a moment. Morin will kind of bring over the group real quick.
Of course.
Yeah.
She'll go back to studying the rock.
She's hiding something.
Do you think it's something dangerous or just something she's refraining from telling us?
I mean, did you see the look that she gave after mentoring Atarashi? I wouldn't be surprised if it just has something to do with that, right?
Mm.
I don't know. I'm just bringing it to everyone's attentions before we invite someone along that's investigating something connected to what we're doing.
I mean, if we don't want to, that's fine. We don't have to bring her. The tools she's using and how much she knows already, I don't know. I thought it might be nice to have somebody who's been actually studying this land.
Well, how about we bring her along at least until the next village, and maybe tonight at the campfire or on watch or something, if we're still gonna do those. I kind of think we should still do those just for like normal shit, like bandits or whatever. But anyway, maybe somebody just kind of figure out what's going on there. Talk her down, ask her questions. I mean, you're right, she probably has something she's not bringing up. I think everybody does.
Well, we should also, if we do bring her along even for a short period of time, since we don't know what this thing is that she's hiding, we just refrain from saying anything important regarding everything.
Oh, yeah. That is rule number 0. That's why I didn't say any of my last names.
But we don't have to bring her along. I don't know, it's nice just knowing somebody's dedicated.
Well, with caution, Cool Pants Rock Lady has my vote.
I second that.
You're being quiet, Carousel.
I see no issue with her at the moment. I mean, of course, get to know her a bit more. Maybe something will come out, but she likes rocks. What's the harm in that?
She can throw them.
Plus, I guess we're interested in rocks at the moment as well, and if that fortress in the mountain is the keep, then perhaps be useful there too.
You know, Carousel, I mean this in the nicest way, but I think if anybody's gonna talk her down and figure out what's going on, that might be your game.
I could quite literally get inside her head, so happy to do so.
That sounded so evil. That was terrifying. Alright, well, I think we're good.
Morin, do you still have any strong objections or just apprehensive?
Just apprehension. Perhaps Brahmsgrove just made me paranoid as to how many dark friends we were constantly surrounded by.
Not to mention that she was there, apparently. Did
I
any of you see her?
forgot
there?
about that.
I don't remember seeing her.
Well,
But there was
correction.
City of Thousands.
Yeah, that's what they already said what I was gonna say. Yep.
Honestly, I'm not worried about her individual strength. I don't think she's stronger than any one of us. I'm just worried about if she's working for someone else, what information she might learn. If we exercise caution, then I will not object.
Caution is my middle name.
Okay. At least till the next town, and then maybe we can reassess.
I mean, I will say, if we're really concerned, I could at least see what's going on in that head right now. At least on the surface. Be easy enough to bring up something that would raise questions.
Such as.
And so, I mean, I guess if they're breaking.
Yeah. Break. Go team.
Break, let's go!
Wildcats.
Since she's obviously very much wound up in her rocks, Carasol's just gonna cast a little detect thoughts on her.
Okay. Right.
And there's nothing unless she tries to like probe deeper that would clue her in, essentially. So, yeah.
Okay. So she's gone back to the studying the rock, and she's kind of pulled up that item that she had before, sort of channeling into it, looking through it, as she's just going back and forth, and says, I guess you would be able to hear, I suppose that's very odd. So the draconic runes connected to these undercommon runes, but then the undercommon runes are connected to these draconic runes, which then sprout out to these giant and these common runes. The common runes stating that they are, what would that
Well,
be
so
in
we've
relation
had
to?
a little conversation. Try to break that attention, because this only lasts for a minute, so no. And well, I guess you don't have anywhere that you're needing to be at all, do you? I mean, I guess if it's just yourself, then?
No, I'm pretty much able to go wherever I need to go. I guess so there would be a small thought in her head that says, not that they'd want me at home anyway.
Yeah, I think Carousel would just kind of give like a bit of a nod, just of, I guess, reassurance to everyone else, but you know, just as if she's just agreeing with what she's saying. Well, then, I guess, if you are. I don't know, how much more of this rock study do you have to do, or can we keep moving?
Oh, no, I really don't have much more that I need to do on this rock in particular. I suppose you'd hear, I hope that they let me go with them.
Although it is evening anyways, so I don't know. Unless we just want to camp here.
Yeah. You could maybe get in a couple more hours of travel,
Okay,
but...
let's go.
Yeah, okay.
Woo! Charging forth. Well, I guess if you're finished here and everyone else is all good, we could continue on our way.
Let's go then.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I don't see why not.
I'd say the last thing you hear before the spell ends is, oh, I really thought I blew it in the beginning.
Aw.
I love her. But yeah, as they are heading off, since Morn was the one with the main concern, Carousel would kind of drop back to her and be, just say that it's just clearly not the greatest connection with her home. It's probably just that.
Morn will just give a nod and say nothing else.
Well, she seems too excited about the idea of coming along with people, so I'd feel bad denying her the company.
No, 'tis good company to be had.
Well, yeah, I suppose I don't need to look at this rock anymore. I think I've found out everything I could. I probably shouldn't try to use it again, should I?
Let's
Hey,
not.
like I said, if anyone's doing it, it's me or Suni. Rock, paper, scissors.
That's
Like
fair.
you said, there's plenty of rocks like these.
But
I think you've blown
they-
enough fire today.
But I just haven't seen if any of them have repetitive effects or if they change.
Morn starts walking.
So maybe I
It's a
should
great
just...
thing to investigate with another rock that we know is less harmful.
Maybe I should... All right.
Come on then.
Right.
Cecily will walk past Suna and kind of motion towards Morwen and be like, he does that to all of us, don't worry about it.
Oh, does that... Oh, wow, she is very far away, isn't she? How'd she move that fast?
Yeah, this is why when we're going, we start going, otherwise we're going to fall very well behind.
Oh, you were
I don't want
listening
everyone to
too.
Catch up.
Oh,
I mean, Carousel is just right there, so...
Well, no, I mean, you should see when she jumps. Actually, you want to see something real cool?
when she jumps? Sure.
Oh, yeah, come on. Okay, Cecily's
Okay,
gonna
all right.
jog up to the front to Morwen. Like, hey, Morwen! Hey, what? Oh, God, why was that tiring? Hey, Morwen,
Yeah.
do you want to jump?
Oh. What? What?
Okay, what about now? And she will pat Morwen on the shoulder and cast jump.
What is happening?
I want to see how far you can jump when I magically age you. You know, future reference, tactics, all that.
Carousel will message Morwen, just do it.
Book it. What did we...
We had this written down somewhere.
Yeah, we did.
I think
Because I
that
knew it
it's...
would come up.
I think that it's on your D&D Beyond character sheet.
The questions where? Notes? No.
Okay,
Extra? No. Description? No.
maybe it's in your
Jumps all the way to the moon.
VTT character sheet. Oh, if I
All the way
overwrite
to the
it.
moon.
No, I overwrited it, so it's not there anymore.
Okay, no, I can just look up the mechanics. Because the
Okay.
whole thing is the boots triple it, jump doubles it. So basically it's 6 times whatever
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Well, I
It can
think,
actually be, right?
yeah. I think, because jump also triples it, but I think we agreed that it was not times
Oh,
9.
Jesus.
Yeah, that-
I remember having that conversation.
That would be quite ridiculous.
Yes.
All right, so jump is equal to your strength score if you move at least 10 feet. So if you get a running start. High jump is 3 plus your strength modifier if you move at least 10 feet. So do we want long or a high jump?
Let's get both.
Or high, otherwise we're gonna go so far behind where you are.
Yeah.
All
That's
right.
fair.
Since Morgan
You
doesn't
can jump
jump.
back though.
Okay, so strength modifier is 5 plus 3, so 8. So I mean that's like. I mean, Morgan can easily jump 30 feet in the air, so we'll just call it that for simplicity right now. Does Morgan see like a tree she can jump into? Because she doesn't want to just jump straight up and come crashing down and, like break her knees.
Yeah, no, there's definitely some trees that you could jump into for sure.
Okay, she'll look for kind of like a stable one, and she'll be like, that one looks good. And she'll run 10 feet and then just leap up as high as she can and just try and like grab onto like the top branch or land on it if she has to come down slightly.
Oh, wow. Yeah, Morin very easily able to jump and then just sort of come like not clattering, but just, softly, delicately down, just jumping from branch and limb to limb till eventually you get down to the bottom. And you can see Suna is just kind of like, wow. That is really cool. Wow, yeah. I mean, I can, I can do some things. Definitely not anything like that. Here. And so, just real quick, Cecily, is your necklace like outside of your clothes, just kind of hanging down, or is it tucked in?
She wears the locket out now.
Okay, so she would kind of reach down and she would like, I don't need to open it, but is it all right if I touch it? Just one small poke with the finger.
It's not gonna permanently change it, right?
Oh, no. Maybe a minute? Maybe less?
Yeah, that's okay.
All right. And she's just going to kind of tap it, and there's this brief surge of magical energy to the locket, and you can feel that it starts to, right in the shape of a heart the locket is, it starts to beat like a heart as well. You can see the amulet slowly expanding and shrinking with each thump of the heartbeat until after a minute it slowly fades and returns back to its normal shape. And it's easy enough to like just check it, and it's still the same.
What does that do?
Oh, it's just a harmless sensory effect. See, I have this thing that so if I'm ever in need of, traveling from place to place, I sometimes am a little light on funds. I'm definitely no bard, but sometimes I do magic tricks for kids.
Dude, do you know how to juggle?
Yeah.
Sounds like a no.
Yeah, I mean, no.
Oh, you do?
I think I can, yeah.
Alright, let's go. Alright. She's gonna and I'm aware that Morwen has started walking again probably, but
Yeah.
He did a long jump and then just kept walking. So she's like 60 feet in front of y'all.
But Cecily will keep walking too, and she'll get out her juggling balls and just be like, hey, look, I'm trying to learn some tricks. We're just at the fuck, and she'll just like drop a couple.
Oh,
have to pick them back up.
all right. Here's what I could do. Now, I've never juggled before, but I think that this would work if you just want to hand them over.
Yeah, sure. And she'll just boop, boop, boop.
Okay. So, my hand-eye coordination isn't the best, so I'm not going to try to juggle necessarily, but I can at least do this. And she's going to use 3 charges of magical tinkering, 3 actions. And she's just going to kind of like throw all 3 of the balls up in the air, and you can see them, they kind of like float for a minute. And then just like gravity, they each one have their own like gravitational pull to each other as they just start slowly spinning in midair with these like trails of blue light coming off of them.
Dude. Wait, no, hold on. And she will cast dancing lights and make just complementary, sparkling yellow balls. And the 4 of them just kind of going around. Look at this!
Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this. Oh,
Man,
Is this
this
what-
is adventuring.
is this what teamwork feels like? I've never done this before.
I think it does feel like... Yeah, I said that wrong. Yes!
Nice. And eventually, after a minute, the magic will fade. And she'll kind of hand you the juggling balls back. And she'll be like, I'm sorry I can't teach you how to juggle. I don't even think I can teach you how to do that, but... more than happy to entertain. If you ever need that while I'm around.
You're alright.
Oh, thank you for saying something. I thought that I was going to have to keep going.
No, you can... You don't ever have to keep going. We can just, not... I mean, we're going to be out of here for a long time. So...
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. Alright, well, and, let's just start, having thoughts over there. Alright, and Cecily will abruptly and without manners, walk elsewhere in the cluster and start kicking at tree roots and juggling and shit.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So with that, you'll just continue along on your journey. And I will say that she probably would, Suna would kind of wrap around to where Suni is and just say, so I wanted to show you one thing in particular. There was a man that I met a while ago. His name was Chance. He was a traveling salesman of a sort, and he sold me something, and I don't think I was supposed to do this, but I kind of disassembled it to figure out how it worked, and I did. And I've just kind of kept it on me because I haven't really known what to do with it. I really only bought it so I could learn how to do the magic inside. And if this is in some way, shape, or form, I probably should have thought about this beforehand. If you don't want this thing, you definitely don't need to keep it. And I promise you, there was no ill intent with me giving this to you. I just thought that maybe you would like it.
I'll probably want it. I really like things, so...
Oh, that's great. Okay, good. And she's going to reach into the bag of holding, and she's going to pull out what looks to be a small little, like salamander. It fits in the size of her palm, and it's currently curled up into a little spiral. And she just kind of puts her hand out, and she says, well, all you need to do is just take your thumb and your middle finger and snap it into the dragon. And when she does that, instead of it making like that snap noise of the finger impacting the your palm, it clink into the dragon, and you can see the dragon immediately springs to life and starts to glow this like deep gold color underneath the scales and sort of flies up, makes a few rounds, and then flies back down into her palm. And, there's an Oderin toy called a yo-yo, and it's kind of similar to that, where you can just do that as many times as you want.
Oh, hell yeah. Let me see it.
Oh, yeah, sure. That was the most Mom said it's my turn on the Xbox that Suni's ever been. Let me see.
Let me see.
So yeah, Suni, as you go to do it, it does the same thing. Oh, I'm glad you like it.
I love it.
Now, I learned the magical enchantment, so I can do it on other things. I just don't know exactly how Chance was able to get the scales the way that he did. That code I wasn't able to crack. But maybe one day. Who knows, maybe I'll get in legal trouble.
Thank you. That's very kind of you.
You're welcome. You just, I don't know, this sounds so odd, and I apologize in advance, but, as someone who's spent a lot of time around rocks and has a long-standing history and relationships and, respect for rocks, seeing the way that you connected with the rock was very sweet. This is so weird. I'm very sorry. It was just something I noticed.
Don't be sorry. I didn't know I could do that until then, but I don't know. It was like it was trying to call out to me or something, I guess. That's the only reason I thought to do it.
No.
Whatever that means.
Well, I guess it just means that you should follow your instincts a little bit more.
Maybe.
And I'm sorry, one last thing, and she kind of looks around the group, and Carasilla, at this point, would your Gleeman's cloak be back on?
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
Okay.
Like as soon as they woke up in the morning, like if she was still in like the dress, she would have bamfed that back real quick.
I'm very sorry for not noticing initially, as I get a little distracted by rocks, but that cloak, you're a Gleeman.
Oh yes, making my way into being one.
Oh, so you're not one yet.
Fairness, I don't really know how the initiation works, but I've got the cloak, haven't I? Not?
Yes, I don't really know either. That's why I assumed that you were one. I don't exactly know what the process is. All I know is that the multicolored cloak means that a person's a Gleeman. And does that mean that they're your entourage? Or are they your band, your enforcers?
I like the idea of them being my entourage.
Well, you've got quite an impressive entourage, honestly. So where have you been? I'm assuming a Gleeman such as yourself, well, you said you were in training to do so, so where have you been? What places of the world have you seen?
As a Gleeman, not much, in all honesty. But I've been around, lots of Alclara, also been to Loshar, found ourselves in Theodolith as well.
Oh, I haven't had a chance to be there yet. The great home of the Odinson name.
Yes.
Ooh.
But you know, I think
I'm
I
not
guess
very
I have a similar view
perceptive
as you.
of people's personal feelings, but that was a little weird the way all of you reacted. All of you are so tense. Why are your
say there's better
spines
parts in
shorter
the
now? Oh. All right.
It's just, we can...
We don't need to talk about it. You all respected.
Yeah.
Yes, that's fine. We just have things that we don't want to talk about, and that's okay. Especially between strangers that met 45 minutes ago.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah. Well, okay. Anyway, Gleeman, that's amazing. I've met a few before. There was one Gleeman who traveled to Otarashi. What was his name? Erlen. Erlen Marilyn. I don't know if all Gleemen know each other, but do you know Erlen?
Isn't it just Aaron? Am I wrong in that? It is just Aaron, right?
Oh, I think it is.
I'm not the one making the
no,
right?
I think it is. I think it is Aaron. Yeah.
I thought
Yeah,
it was a
because that's
character
definitely
choice,
what I
but-
remember it as. So, like, I don't know if I just... Anyway.
Even though it is Aaron Marilyn.
But it's funny that she thinks it's Errol and Marilyn. That's good.
She'd get his name changed.
Happened to be the person I got this cloak from, actually. In some roundabout way.
Oh, did he die?
Yes, we have met. No. No. I suppose just more so retired as a Gleeman. Stays more so in the same place now, I guess.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a job you could retire from. That's interesting.
Well, I honestly feel like the rules aren't that important. At least I hope not.
I suppose you're right. I guess that, I don't know, if I had an opportunity to explore the world and have people, not necessarily praise me, but at least I could go to some high court of some high lord and just with my cloak alone get into some of the most high-class places within the realms. I don't know if I'd want to give that up. But I suppose it's not a life for everybody. Aaron was quite old when I saw him. I doubt that he could probably hit those same high notes he used to when he was younger. Was that mean? I'm sorry. Everyone was quiet after I said that. Do you all know Aaron? I mean, he gave you the clue. Oh, you're probably very close with him. Oh,
No, in all honesty, not. I don't think you need to worry so much anyways.
okay. That's good.
I think it's safe to say that no one here is going to be too worried about anything you are saying. Don't have to be so worried about all that. After all, I think it's best if we just enjoy each other's company, right? And I guess if you haven't been around people for a little while, it's probably good to get reacquainted with all that.
That's a good point. I should take things slow until I'm reacclimated to being a functioning member of society in a group formation like this. After all, I was just a wolf for a couple days about a week ago, so I could still be a little feral. Oh. You're right.
I think that's the kind of humor we need, though.
Okay. If you insist, I felt really weird after I got done saying that.
No, I wouldn't worry so much, and I'll say, I mean, if you wanting to travel and look into these rocks and all this thing, I mean, do you have anything you're actually looking to do for it, or is this all just for your own personal curiosity?
I guess personal curiosity. Like I said, I don't even have a hypothesis yet. All I have is data. So as soon as I've formed a hypothesis, I'd love to collect my data and then either take it back to the colleges in Otarashi or maybe to the College of Hearthcrest. Whoever I think could do better with the information. Or maybe even to the Library of the Tsar in Brahmsgrove. I'm just not sure.
Why not all three? I mean, you wanted to travel, right? You're interested in that kind of lifestyle, so just go from one to the next.
Ooh, that'd give me a good excuse to go to the great libraries of Odero and to the Academy of the Magi within Tarkir. All right. I'm convinced. I'll go everywhere. Hopefully by then I have an easier way to get around than by foot. Might take a while otherwise.
Well, I think some places you will at least need a boat, but, you know, I think the more you get around, the more connections you make, the more people that would be able to help you out with that.
I think so. Well, thank you. But for the time being, I'm content staying in the Old Kingdom and hoping that I find more rocks with strange symbols that don't turn me into wolves, hopefully.
You do seem quite caught up on the wolf thing.
It was just very odd. You know, I've never shapeshifted before. I've always read of druids that could do it, or even spellcasters who could turn people into animals, but I've never been an animal myself, especially an animal that I had no recollection of being, aside from falling asleep and then waking up in a wolf den. So maybe I wasn't even turned into a wolf. Maybe I just believed that I was a wolf, and I was still a human, but I was like crawling around on all four. I just don't know. And so I think that's
Someone
the
that
thing.
takes a lot of substances by chance?
Oh, no.
Definitely send a wolf likely.
Listen, I maybe did a little bit of my fair share of Pitus when I went to the College of Hearthcrest, but I haven't really done anything. I mean, aside from a few reunions with friends, but that was just to be polite, you know?
No, I know. No judgment here.
All right. I believe you, I suppose. I'm not going to think too hard about it because I don't want to not believe you.
Right.
Well, all right. I'm going to be quiet for a while because I feel like I've been talking for a long time, and I just feel like this has a lot to do with the fact that I haven't been around people in a long time, and all of you seem interested in what I have to say. So I'm going to not overdo it, and I'm going to stop talking now.
I mean, please, if you need to get it out, I'm personally happy to hear anything. The others maybe less so. Or we could do silence. That is also perfectly acceptable.
Sunu will lean over to Cecily and say, She's so awkward. I love it.
Me too. I feel like a socialite right now.
I know, it's pretty great.
Yeah.
All right. So, with that, all of you continue on the rest of your journey until eventually the sun does set, night does fall, and you set up your camp for the night. So, as you're setting up your camp for the night, getting ready to take your watches, whatever that may be, who are on the watches for the specific night, and what are conversations that are happening. And if you guys do want to have a campfire chat, as you're sort of getting dinner all together and just sort of sitting around the campfire, that's okay too. But if not, we can skip straight to watches.
I mean,
what's
Harrison
for dinner?
will talk to Cecily at some point.
3 sentences. I don't know what just happened.
All right, Cameron, I heard yours first. What'd you say?
To be honest, I don't remember what I said.
Did you say what's for dinner?
I may have. That sounds about right.
In the time wardens make us new stew. Can that just be their job now? Time's
Wrinkled,
That'd be great.
wrinkled Bianca is now sentenced to making us food for the
my
rest
God.
of time. She just keeps appearing in camps.
Bianca's happy to continue her role as mother and make food. I guess probably like if Morwen hunts for a bit, or I don't know, she can also go hunt and just get some food since we don't have to worry about, you know, a wide range of diets. Get some food, maybe gather some stuff. I think a fireside chat would be really cool though. And I'm also, Bianca would be happy to take a watch. But definitely sometime tonight, if she doesn't take a watch with Carasilla, she would like to just pull Carasilla aside. But we could do the fireside chat first.
Okay, so we'll have a fireside chat. Let's say that Cecily and Carasilla are on watch number 2 because, Gemma, you said that you wanted to have a conversation with Carasilla, right?
Yeah, and I'm also thinking I do want to talk to Suna too. Suna? Yeah.
So,
That E is bothering me. I would be like Sweater, but that's not it.
Nah. Okay. Maybe I should add a hyphen or an apostrophe.
Oh, I see it now. Yes. Okay.
Because if you added a hyphen, I would be saying Suna.
Nah.
Which,
What if I
Yeah,
had-
so Suna and Cecily are the peeps I would like to converse with at some point, but yeah.
Okay. All right. So Carasilla doesn't sleep at all. Does first and second watch. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Cecily and Carasilla on second watch. First watch being
I'll be on first watch.
Oh, it's us.
Bianca
Huzzah.
and Mohen.
Unless Suni, you want to do a watch?
I mean, I'm always down to watch, but I don't really care. There's nothing specific that I need to talk to anybody about, so.
I'll do it.
Okay, cool. Us two on first then.
Okay. Alrighty. So with that, all of you kind of settle in for the night, sitting around your campfire, eating your let's see. Morwen, roll a d4, and then Bianca, roll a d4.
Okay.
Suni would also try to help by, I guess, doing the gathering, half of hunting and gathering.
Okay.
Being
Suni,
a
roll
nature boy.
roll a d4 as well.
Okay.
Ooh. Roll a 3.
4.
Damn.
All right. So, between the hunting and the cooking, you're able to find a suitable amount of food where it's not even just gamey meat like rabbits and birds. You are able to find some smaller animals, maybe like a smaller deer. Just that way, it's something that has a little bit more meat to it to feed your companions, especially those that are a little bit more hardy. Bianca, you do a wonderful job preparing it, but the seasonings and flavorings are over the moon as Suni is able to find just the right amount of spices and some sweeter fruits and vegetables to add to the stew to give it this really kind of like tangy hardiness to the meat. It's like, it's pretty good. pretty good
Oh
on
yeah,
Suni's
this
part.
is D&D.
Yeah.
Cecily won't help, but when it comes to actually preparing the meal, she will take notably more of an interest than she ever has, and she's actually going to ask to join Bianca during some of that stuff.
Yeah. Bianca will show her what Bianca knows from her family, passing on the Bellaclaran food secrets. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
Nice. But yeah, but I'll just tiny thing is as they're preparing stuff, Cecily's just gonna say to Bianca at some point, you know, Bianca, do you want to just do more normal stuff?
What do you mean? Like,
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's like people are always dealing with heavy shit. We're always dealing with heavy shit. We're usually in the middle of fighting some monster, or saving the world, or getting screwed over by some old asshole. But like, I don't know. You cook, and you had your little alchemy shop, and you just like make little tea and stuff, and I don't know, you just kind of remind me of my mom a little bit sometimes.
yeah, I'm happy to show you what I know and what my family taught me. Um, we can definitely try to put more emphasis on the normal stuff since you didn't really get to have the normal stuff. So,
Yeah, I kind of missed a lot of it.
yeah, and I can put more of an effort into trying to make things a little bit more normal.
Alright, well, you just keep teaching Suni how to read. I won't make fun of him for that. And then you can teach
Okay.
me how to be a normal person who has a house.
We'll work on sewing next.
Ugh. Wait, no, not ugh. Like, I'm glad, but ugh. Okay.
I think you'll like it.
Mm.
If you like juggling and being meditative, this is a way less intensive way to be meditative, but keep your hands busy.
We'll see. And
And then Bianca will
is-
show her how to
yeah.
set the table properly, even though we don't have a table, and then we'll set up for dinner.
Nice.
Nice.
Amazing.
That's it. That was my thing. I did my thing.
Yeah. Woo. All right. Cool. So, all of you, eventually dinner is finished and all of you sit down around the campfire as the rest of the evening is yours before your watches.
Ah, I will do a thing. Since they're back to having time and all that shit, and remembering back how, like, I was just like, ah, yes, there's a surprise with the cloak thingy, Carousel would spend part of the evening just kind of, trying to see if she can, see whatever that's about. Just, I guess looking at the cloak and like investigating things, different like I guess patches, like poking around to see if there's anything there.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, considering Sukno mentioned that she's a bit of a tinkerer, and obviously she has, like, the bag of holding and things, so, you know, there seems to be, like, something that she can deal with. Carousel will at some point just, you know, mosey on up to her and say, you know, if you had a interest in the Gleeman cloak, perhaps there's something you might want to help me with.
Hmm?
It's apparently some secret to it that I am yet to discover, and given your credentials, perhaps it's something you could help me with.
Mm-hmm.
You're still not talking? God damn it.
Is that what that is? Okay. I was just like, are you like eating or something? Like, I catch you drinking. What happened?
Mm-hmm.
Although I must say, working on the whole teamwork thing, it generally is easier if you can talk to each other.
Okay. We can do that. Yeah, of course.
Oh yes, any thoughts on how to, I guess, find out these things?
Well, let me see. And she'll go ahead and cast Identify on it. Since it's so late at night, she won't even take the time to ritual cast it. She'll just expend one of these spell slots. Boop.
A legend.
What a legend indeed. Okay. Trying to. Oh, that's weird. Okay. There we go. So, I would say that as she's investigating it, she says, oh, well, that's really interesting, actually. So, it seems as though one of the things that is true about this cloak, so obviously this is an authentic Gleeman's cloak. I can tell that from the magical enchantments that are on it. But on top of that, well, what you said is absolutely true, but while I can tell where those pocket dimensions are, so to speak, there's not actually a way to access them at all. You see, here, if you flip the cloak over this way, you can see that on the inside it's, all one flat sheet, unless you're attuned to it, which you can reach into some of those pockets to pull out daggers. It seems as though it would be the most ideal thing for those pockets. But there are a few pockets on here that are already full. In fact, it looks like 3 or 4, but I think that, here, try and reach in this pocket right here from this direction.
Okay.
Okay, as you do, your hand just kind of slides up against the fabric. That's very interesting. I'm not exactly sure how, but it seems as though the cloak is preventing you from going into that pocket in particular. I'm not exactly sure why. Perhaps that the cloak knows that you might not have yet fully embraced being a Gleeman. Maybe performing or telling stories or traveling to places. Maybe the cloak will recognize that. It's not sentient, I can tell you that much, but I mean, every magic item has a little bit of arcane thought to it. So maybe just trying to live the Gleeman life will allow the cloak to let you see the secrets? Maybe?
That's a better theory than I've had. And, I guess would explain why I wasn't able to find anything before. So, more than helpful.
Oh, good. Always happy to be helpful.
And, seriously, don't worry about talking too much or anything like that. Don't need to do the whole, mouth closed thing.
Yeah, okay. I just, like I said, I've always been told that I talk a little bit too much, so I hadn't talked to anybody in a long while, so I was just trying to pace myself a bit, I guess.
Well, I mean, you get told you talk too much, you just choose a different target, right?
Yeah, I suppose so then. It's a good strategy. Well, thank you. And I'm happy that I could have helped you out with your cloak. It's a great honor to handle the Gleeman's cloak.
Anything in majesty. But I won't take any more of your evening.
Oh no, you're fine. I can multitask. And she's kind of been like delicately eating the stew while also fiddling with the cloak. She's a very clean eater, so you were nervous initially, but it seems as though she's handling herself quite well. Alrighty. So, conversation concludes, and I would say that all of you would have been able to hear that conversation as Carousel and Suno were just kind of sitting next to each other as you're all sitting around the campfire. Ooh, as you're sitting around the campfire. There we go.
Bianca, kind of just remembering the conversation she and Cecily had, just trying to like bring normalcy back. Bianca will just kind of bring up, I know we've had like a very upside down little bit of traveling time, but I figured, you know, that doesn't mean everything has been super hectic our whole lives, and I don't know, we would just want to like talk about like fond memories for a little bit. I feel like all our conversations lately have been pretty heavy or focused on discovering, and maybe if we can just like unwind and just feel normal again for a little bit.
A lot of my fond memories are about breaking rules and getting in trouble. She'll kind of look around and be like, you know, I guess now in perspective, they're not as big of a deal. Everyone at the time made me think I was gonna make the world end just because I stole the headmaster's razor.
Why did you do that?
Well, because... Okay. Before I got really acclimated to this one orphanage I was staying at, there was this headmaster that was kind of about to retire, from what I could tell. He was just kind of a piece of shit. He was kind of done with everything. And whenever he would call someone into his office, he'd always be shaving. He made like a whole thing out of it. It was, I don't know. He's trying to look cool, show of power. I mean, it's not like he couldn't just shave in the morning. And I don't think he was growing so much beard hair that he had to shave multiple times a day. Anyway, so I staged a heist. Got some other kids together, and we like would distract some of the teachers, and we like blocked off a hallway, and we made little smoke bombs so we wouldn't be seen, and then we ran in and we stole the razor, and I tossed it in a river, and he never found it. Yeah, I mean, they found out it was me eventually, because, you know, turns out I was working with a couple rats. I told the new headmaster what I did. And then I just couldn't catch a break for the next year.
Girl, I know that pain.
Yeah, it's like the closest thing I have to normal memories, really. I mean, I have a few others, but those kind of hurt to talk about.
Well, that's very sweet, honestly. I mean, not that part in particular, but the memory is nice. It's always nice when you get to put people like that in their place. I remember there was this one professor at the College of Hearthcrest. Professor Finch, he was always just the worst. Oh my goodness. You could never catch a break in his classes. You were always the worst student, regardless of how talented you were. There was a girl in my class. A lot of people, I don't know, a lot of people thought poorly of her. Not poorly, I guess, but they saw her as privileged, I suppose. Her father was one of the headmasters of the college. But I never saw her that way. She was truly really talented. And Professor Finch seemed to just have it out for this poor girl. And so I remember one day, I never asked the girl, Lila was her name, I never asked her, but I decided to get even with Professor Finch. So, there was a plant that grew in one of the nearby farms that, when used in the proper amount, it could quell stomach pains. Used as a sort of painkiller. However, when you give someone too much of it, it works closer to a laxative. So, well, needless to say, everyone got a couple-week break from classes. No one really knew why. Professor Finch didn't ever say much when he came back to class, but I knew. And, to be frank, that makes me feel good enough. And that is why I tend...
things in common.
Yeah, exactly. But see, the mistake you made was you trusted the wrong people. I worked on myself and that job alone. And so, sadly, no one could rat me out.
Yeah, I tried to work alone for a little bit when I first met all these people. Didn't go too well.
No.
Well, I still don't trust those other bitches, but I had a partner in crime for a couple of years.
Hmm?
We did everything together. Yeah, she was actually the one who had the idea to steal the razor. I wonder how she's doing.
I hope she's doing well.
Yeah, me too.
What was her name?
Hey, Andriel. I just called her Tay. She just called me C. We were, friends. Close. We were best friends.
I'm trying to think. I was listening. I'm sorry, I didn't really think about mine while I was listening. I think my favorite memory right now... I mean, besides, making oatmeal cream pies with you guys, making dinner with you guys, that's actually really fun for me. But probably when I moved from Belka to Summer's Rest, just to have a fresh start to life and be on my own. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. It was like a mini adventure, I guess, in a way. That was pretty cool.
That's what I liked about pulling pranks. Mini adventure. No one ended up actually in trouble at the end. Even though I thought it was real trouble back then.
And what about you, Morwen, Carasilla? Now, I didn't want to assume it all, but the two of you look very similar in appearance and age. Are you just very closely related sisters, or...?
Oh yeah, just pure coincidence. Never met each other before. A couple months back.
More nods.
Oh. Wow.
Bianca shaking her head no.
Are you Oh, okay. All right. I understand it
Stop
was
laughing.
obvious. I just didn't want to be rude. I didn't want to be rude.
You calling me a liar?
Morwin, you are incredibly intimidating, and Suna just goes, no.
Good, I was worried for a moment.
Stop! Don't mess with Sona.
No, please, you
Well,
mess
I mean,
with
it's been a
everyone.
while since we really could.
No, but we can have one of this.
Mess with people
Mm-hmm.
that need to be taken down a peg. I think Suna needs to be brought up.
Oh. I appreciate that. But I will say, I take no offense, Morwin. You're just scary in a good way.
Mora just gives her a finger gun.
Whoa, careful where you point that thing. It could hurt somebody. She like jerks her shoulders back and forth. I had to take an improv class when I was at the college. I learned a thing or two. It's always yes and.
That was half Cecily, by the way. That was she's just delighted at this woman.
I mean, to be fair, you're going off with the wrong person. Morwen's never been the more light-hearted one, right?
True. That would certainly be you.
I mean, she used to get mad at me all the time when, well, not quite mad, she never gets mad, but, you know, upset when, especially Vicar and I would, not go to morning trainings and such.
I didn't care that you didn't go. It was the fact that you actively tried to get everyone else to stop going was the problem.
That's what I'm talking about the madness. I was doing
She
absolutely nothing
did
wrong.
try to
Morale
complete
is
the
just
training
as
with you
important.
when we all first met, just so you know.
They still trained. They were still good.
Do you know how many more people I had to start waking up on the regular because they said they had a note from you, and she puts that in air quotes saying that they were excused from it? And then they were like, well, if you don't believe it's true, go ask Kirasilla. And where were you? Sleeping.
Nothing bad came from it, now did it?
No.
Well, I'm glad to see that you have the type of sisterly affection where you actually get along. It's very nice to see. And what about you, Suni? Any fond memories?
I mean, here and there, I guess. I mean, truly, just about most of my memories are from being with all of you at this point, or at least that's how it feels. So most of the good times, you were all there, and all of the bad times, at least most of them anyway, you were there too.
We've had quite a few of those.
It's true.
Granted, most of them were not our fault.
True.
Say that.
Mm,
Most. Half.
we could have done better.
Half. Final offer.
That sounds about
Okay.
right. I'll take it. Deal.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Seems like you have some stuff that you still need to sort out.
Oh, you have no idea.
Don't we all?
Well. I'm glad to see that I'm traveling with a group of people who... And please, before I say this, understand that I mean it as a compliment. With people who are at least kind of as odd as I am. It's comforting, to say the least. So,
Everyone, once you get to know them enough, turns out to be a little bit odd.
suppose you're right.
Or a lot of bit in most of our cases.
Yeah. You should have said the guy we met earlier today.
Oh, that was an oddball right there.
Talk about odd.
What?
He was a forward. No, a warforged.
Warforged.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
I
was
got it.
a metal man. It was really badass.
Yeah. He had guns.
Sorry, I'll be right
He had
back.
a horse.
Sorry.
Nah, you good.
Okay, Suna is such a dork, and I adore her already. I think she's so funny.
It's gonna hurt so bad when she betrays all of you.
Can't. Joe would never. Joe would never.
She's
I've
too.
never done
He
that
would not
before.
just give us someone on the road that's secretly out to betray us. He would
Nope.
never do that.
What we need to do is make him fall in love with the character so he rewrites
Okay,
the
sorry.
character, and then we're fine.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
You really love Suna, don't you?
Sorry, I heard something slam, and then I called Kayla, and she didn't answer. She had slammed the door on accident.
Everything good though?
Yeah, she's fine. She just accidentally slammed the door.
Okay, cool.
Anyway, yeah. She
Well,
says,
Bianca
"Wait,
will...
what
Oh, sorry.
man? You saw someone strange?
Yeah, he was a warforged. He was like a metal guy. He had a horse
Wait,
named Spitfire.
You saw a warforged?
Yeah, or a forlorn, whatever they're called.
You
No,
got it right.
warforged.
I think it's
Warforged.
forlorn.
No,
You
no,
sure?
it's a warforged. It's definitely.
Oh, okay.
I've always wanted to meet a warforged. I've never had the opportunity to. You see, warforged is so interesting because they. So
Special rocks.
special rocks.
That'd
Yeah,
be
exactly.
right.
Yeah. You see, they're powered by
he
something.
did say that.
Yeah, he mentioned the rock. That's true.
He even mentioned the rock himself.
Yeah,
Oh.
he said he was like a rock in a shell kind of thing.
And he had to hibernate when the rock got tired or something like that. I don't know.
Yes,
how it
it's
works.
because Warforged are powered by this special magical mineral called rhyonite. Rhyonite is about as rare of a rock mineral substance that you can get. It's so incredibly interesting. They are like anything and everything. They can be used to enhance magical capabilities. They can be used to amplify. If you've ever heard of or seen airships and other flying vessels, they're powered by refined rhyonite. Those minerals, those materials are incredibly rare and have insane magical properties.
Well, okay, so maybe here's a question. And I don't want to ask this to the guy because it seems pretty shitty. But as long as he's not here, I just need to know. As far as I'm aware, rocks aren't alive, mostly. So, is a warforged alive?
Yes, they are. In fact, in a different way than constructs. You see, rhyonite is and this is going to sound very strange, but it's a living rock. It's closer to an organism than it is a rock, but it's still a rock. Are you following?
Almost.
Okay, so with how Warforged were created, all of the Warforged that exist were created very, 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 very long ago. In fact, longer than most people can track them. So they were created so long ago, and no one knows how to create new Warforged, which means any Warforged you see was created all the way back then. All the way back then. And rhyonite is used to power them, and so whatever way that they were created, whoever made the shells created this complex piece of machinery And that machinery, when the Ryanite is inserted, it pretty much creates a bloodstream of this magical energy pulsing throughout the Warforged body to give it life. The magic itself is so powerful to provide sentience to these entities, to these people. That's what they are. They're not things, they're people. But sentience created by a magical rock. I mean, isn't that just... What?
It's pretty what? I'm a little confused. I mean, it was... Huh.
So who made these things all the way back then?
That's the thing is nobody really has a good idea. There was one man who was able to create new Warforged. He was able to crack the code, but some of the Warforges that we've been able to find are even older than that. Or that people have been able to find. I guess that we is wrong, because I really haven't found any. I like to consider myself someone who's part of that, but I really haven't ever found any of them myself. But he was a dwarvish man by the name of Chris Gamgee. He was a dwarvish king, and he was able to create an heir, as he didn't have any of his own, a robot named... a warforged by the name of Cedric. And Cedric ended up ruling in his place and created new Warforged. The first new Warforged since who knows when. And he created many, but still it's nothing compared to what there is now. Or what there was initially. It's very strange. And the history on it is very fuzzy, as no one really knows who made them. All that anyone knows is that all Warforged know that they need to try and find their creator. And when they were ready to find their creator, they would be able to find their creator. But I have a theory that the same creator that created this, all of this, is the same creator of the Warforged. I mean, if there's no separate history of someone else creating the Warforged, then that means their creator must be the creator. Right? That's all I have. I don't really have any other facts to base it off of, but that's what I've got.
I think you're onto something there. And I love that history is just this puzzle. You can keep going and keep trying to solve it, and when pieces fit together, it's great, but then you need to fit those pieces into other pieces. It's just never ending.
Yeah. Which is fun, but sometimes I wish that I could find a corner piece. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not the most satisfying thing. It's like a never-ending, definitely never-ending mission.
Well, I'll tell you what. All this thinking has got me quite tired. So, I think I'm going to retire for the night.
It is pretty late, and Bianca will start to clean up.
Okay. Clean up, everybody clean up.
Oh,
Before
God. 6-year-old flashbacks.
before Carasilla goes off to sleep, Bianca would like to pull her aside, and say, and she looks a little like nervous.
I mean, I will also just say before we get into this, I imagine she would have, she'd help with, cleaning things up. You know, she's not one of those people that's like, yes, cook my food and then
Thanks,
just
Bianca.
go off. You know, she helps with the dishes.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe while they're like cleaning up together, Bianca will just kind of like nervously say, I think I would like to reach out to my dad tonight, if you're still willing.
Yes. Whenever you're ready.
Now, I guess, as ready as I'll ever be.
Right, well, first at least, maybe a couple of deep breaths would be a good idea.
Right, you're right. Because she definitely looks like tense, very nervous. She'll take a few breaths with Carasilla. Okay. think we're good now. Except for Felicity now has to think of what the fuck she was gonna say.
time.
Steps here.
How do you do it?
She will say, Dad, it's Bianca. I know about Ivana Damaris. I want to talk to you about this. Okay. I know this isn't optimal. And she'll send that.
It does take a moment, but eventually you do receive a response. I had hoped to save you from that knowledge. But it seems as though fate finds a way. Where are you now?
The Old Kingdom. Heading to the keep. There are rocks with runes all tied together with draconic, undercommon, giant, and common.
Don't go to the keep yet. Not I. Your mother and I are in Giant's Bridge. I will meet you in Richka. Please wait for me.
Should she send another saying she'll wait, or should it be implied?
I mean, you got a couple, so if you really want to, or if there's anything else, go for it.
Sure, she'll say. I'll wait for you.
I'm sorry you had... Oh, sorry, was that not it?
I was trying to think if I should add, if there's anything else. I'm like, is there anything? That's probably it. Okay. I'll wait for you.
Okay.
Kind of a waste, but...
That's okay. I'm sorry you had to find out without me. I'll try my best to tell the truth. I'm sorry. I really am.
And assuming it's the same way in the past, that the person casting sending still can like hear the whole conversation, Bianca will kind of look Carousel in her eyes. I do think everyone will be fine with waiting in Ridgeka.
I think certainly for this. Are you okay?
I don't know. I'm not angry. And it's like, I don't feel lied to. I don't really know what to make of how I'm feeling.
there yet. Certainly have time to think on things. Talk about it if you need.
Yeah, I think definitely time will be helpful. And she'll squeeze Carasella's hands. Thank you.
Anytime.
And with like a soft little smile, continue to get ready for bed/watch.
Okay. With that, as all of you settle in for watch, splitting up the shifts between the 5 of you, you settle in, preparing for the first and second watch, with news that by the time that you reach the town of Richka in a few days, all of you, for the first time, aside from Bianca, will be meeting Mr. Dusong himself for the first time ever. So, with that, knowledge of that, preparing for your watches, that is where we're going to go ahead and end tonight's session. Yeah, look at that.
Oh, never mind.
Alrighty. So with that, thanks for watching, everybody. Oh, wait a second, Morwen, aren't you taking one of the watches?
But we're not playing next week, are we?
Oh, that's right, because we're going to be missing.
That's why I cut myself off, because I was like, well, that's going to be awkward, and then I realized, oh no.
Yeah,
We're
because
not playing next week? When did that happen?
well, because Mark's not going to be here either.
Oh.
Yeah, so yeah, because like if Morwen and Cecily aren't on the same watch together, right? Or are they?
No, they're on different
They're on
watches.
separate watches. Yeah.
Oh, that'd be brutal.
Oh, that's really funny. Okay, so yeah, we'll just postpone next week, and we might do something, or we might just play Jackbox. I don't know. We'll do something though,
Okay, cool.
with just the 3 of us. Woo!
Sorry,
Alrighty.
guys.
No, it's
What?
okay.
I know it's my first time missing in 20 months, but I still feel bad.
That's okay.
Literally fine.
It
Have
is
fun and whatever.
in a state that you'll be in.
Yep.
Yep.
Milwaukee. I'm visiting
Hey.
Milwaukee.
Hey, nice. All right. Well, thanks for watching, everybody. Be sure to tune in this Friday for the continuation of the Explorers of Afera. This Saturday for the Sunday. This Sunday for the continuation of the Isles of Iverion, or next Tuesday
Hold up,
for
Sunday?
You
Jackbox.
guys
I think.
said we have Hades Town. This is
Yeah,
the
that you said
Never
something about
mind,
that
I
a
know
while
this.
ago. Yeah.
It was like ages ago, though. I was like,
Yeah.
it's okay if people forgot. So
Yes. So next Sunday or next Tuesday for maybe some Jackbox. I don't know, maybe one shot. I don't know. It just depends how much time I have in the week. We'll see what happens. Okay. All right. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye.